I will tell you when. Okay, it's saying we're live. I've learned to trust these kinds of things. So welcome, my gentle and of course very modern apes, to my channel. My name is Erica. I'm Gutsick Gibbon, and we've got to do a little opening spiel here, but hopefully you know where you are. This is a series where we're basically going through why scientists accept evolution and the ancient age of the Earth with someone who is skeptical of that fact. My guest here today, as with the previous 3 times, and if everything goes according to plan, the next several times, is Will Duffy. Will, would you like to take a minute to introduce yourself before we do like business, do our sort of housekeeping?
Yes, Will Duffy here, best known as the creator of The Final Experiment, where we took flat earthers to Antarctica to show them we live on a globe. I am not in my normal spot, as you can recognize. Every year at this time, I actually travel to the Western Atlantic in search of migrating humpback whales. And so I am on my annual trip here now, and hoping it's going to be a success. I am on an island, and so there can be power outages. I'm hoping that won't happen tonight, but just to prepare everybody just in case it does.
Will is apologizing for doing something that I wish I was doing right now. When we got on this call, I was eager to pick his brain about that specifically because Will dropped his reasoning for being in Puerto Rico casually in an evil conversation. He was like, "Yeah, we don't whale watching in the southwestern Atlantic," and I'm here being exceedingly jealous. So before we jump into things, a little bit of housekeeping. Like people have probably noticed, this is a little bit earlier than we normally do. That's due to the time change. We don't have a hard stop, but we're going to try to keep things reasonable. However, today is Age of the Earth stuff. So I warned Will about this beforehand, and I'm going to warn you now. There's a lot of stuff we're going to be covering today. So I suspect we will get through it all, barring power outages. But it's going to be a minute because we got to start from the bottom and sort of work our way up. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, we talked about natural selection and the ability of natural selection to drive change in populations. So what we normally do, if you're new here, is we start things off by giving Will an opportunity to share a summary of his takeaways from the previous lecture. That was natural selection and the other mechanisms of evolution. So that's how we're going to kick things off. Then things are going to go back to me, and we're going to get started on this with the presentation where Will can ask sort of questions as we move throughout. I will say super chats are going to Exodus Road and a charity that I still have not picked. I have not had time to do it. Mea culpa. It is my fault. I have been absolutely slammed since we last met here today, or on this channel, I should say, but I will get around to it, and then those receipts will, of course, be public. Will, are you ready to go?
I am.
All right. I'm going to share Will's screen, and he's going to give us his TLDR of last time.
Awesome. Okay, so in keeping with the theme of presenting pictures that I procured, this is a picture from one of my bird feeders. I have bird feeders with cameras on them. That's a dark-eyed junco on the left and a house finch on the right. So I do love birds, and we're talking a lot about birds with natural selection, so I thought this would be appropriate. Okay. So natural selection, something I learned, which was super important last time, was that individuals don't evolve, populations or species do. And natural selection, what is it? It's the process by which populations become better adapted to their environment. All right, so just so everybody knows, I came into our last conversation skeptical about natural selection, and I left more convinced of natural selection and a bit confused, as I will share here shortly. So I'm trying to determine if what is being presented to me, these examples of natural selection, is truly the result of random mutations or is actually well thought out and carefully planned design. And that's not as easy as it might seem. We talked about finches, peppered moths, pocket mice, elephants. It was very, very educational. I enjoyed every minute of it. Now, finches, peppered moths, pocket mice, and elephants were great examples of natural selection, but I'm struggling to see how these types of changes would ever lead to macroevolution or speciation. A color change, so what we saw with peppered moths and pocket mice, doesn't seem to me to be in a list of successive changes that would make a new body plan. So further, there seems to be limits on what colors would result from random mutations. So if trees, hypothetically speaking, were painted red, green, blue, or purple, would we ever expect a random mutation would make a peppered moth one of those colors? I don't think so. Now, with female elephants losing their tusks, won't they just come back when the poaching stops? And with finches, won't their beaks keep thickening and thinning as the environment changes? It seems to be more of a pendulum swing than a descent with modification. Now, the Italian wall lizard is a different story, though. This one caught my attention, was super fascinating because they have a completely new cecal valve. So the Italian wall lizard is an example of something that I would expect to see in a list of changes from one species to another. So I looked into this one more to better understand it. First thing I found was this National Geographic article, Lizards Rapidly Evolve After Introduction to Island. And there was something super interesting at the end of the article. By the way, everyone in the comments has been asking me to give my sources. So when I took screenshots, you'll have what I'm referring to, the URL, and I even left the date and time in the lower right, so you know when I took the screenshot. At the very end of this article, it says, all of this might be evolution. The logical next step would be to confirm the genetic basis for these changes. So that was interesting to me. It wasn't confidence that this is evolution. It might be, but we need to look into it some more. This paper here, which is the original paper where this was discussed, rapid large-scale evolutionary divergence in morphology and performance associated with exploitation of a different dietary resource. I looked into that, and this is interesting, the highlight. Although the presence of cecal valves and large heads in hatchlings and juveniles suggests a genetic basis for these differences, excuse me, further studies investigating the potential role of phenotypic plasticity and or maternal effects in the divergence between populations are needed. My understanding of phenotypic plasticity is that this would not be the result of mutations. Interestingly enough, I discovered a study that was after this one from 2010, anatomical and physiological changes associated with a recent dietary shift in the lizard Podarcus sicula. And they said something interesting. Specimens from the pod mercaru population, which in nature eats substantial amounts of plant material, exhibited a reduction in digestive tract length and a total loss of cecal valves after having been fed an exclusively anthropod diet for 15 weeks. So it appears that they got the cecal valve and then actually had a complete total loss of it. So my understanding of this, and of course I could be wrong, is that this paper is arguing that this is more plasticity in these creatures, which I see, and again, I'm biased, I know, I think we all are to some extent, which I see as more of a design aspect versus they got a random mutation that just happened to give them a cecal valve at the same time as they went to an island that had more plant vegetation. The thought that goes through my mind, just so everybody knows where I'm coming from, is that would be a pretty cool design to prepare for something like this, where creatures are built with the ability to have changes when food sources change. Sexual selection, we talked about this last time. It didn't make sense to me. We talked about the peacock, and I thought about it a lot more. I watched a couple of extra videos that Erica sent me, and I still don't really follow. It didn't make sense to me, and it still doesn't make sense to me. And I've put a lot of thought into it. Now, you can't research sexual selection for very long without the mention of the peacock. It's in almost every video I watched, maybe all of them. PBS calls it the peacock paradox. And interestingly enough, someone alerted me to this article called "Peahens Do Not Prefer Peacocks with More Elaborate Trains." And it says there in the text, we found no evidence that peahens expressed any preference for peacocks with more elaborate trains, i.e. trains having more ocelli, a more symmetrical arrangement, or a greater length. So it appears that this actually might not be the case, that peacocks are a good example of sexual selection based on this study. Now, I didn't have a chance to, dive into this fully, but someone did make me aware of it. They said, hey, Will, you should look at this because it does seem to go against what you were told. So to me, it really seems that sexual selection is purely speculative. So understanding sexual preferences of extant animals is hard enough, and knowing this about extinct animals seems impossible. Now, this was brilliant. It occurred to me live that it was good, but on second watch and third watch, I would say this is actually brilliant, which is this analogy of evolution in species, comparing it to evolution in languages. This clicked for me, and I think it's a fantastic argument. I have no rebuttals to this. It makes total sense to me. During our conversation, I mentioned something which I was railed in the comments for, which is something that I had heard a long time ago about Hebrew possibly being the first language. So I messed up with what I said. I hadn't thought about this in well over 15 years, but it was that Hebrew might be the first alphabet. So there's a bit of a difference there. If anybody's interested in this, I have not read this book, but Douglas Petrovich wrote this book, The World's Oldest Alphabet, Hebrew as the Language of the Proto-Consonantal Script. And so anyway, I'm not saying this is true. I'm just trying to say I've heard people talk about Hebrew possibly being the first alphabet. And so it's fascinating to me. So there's a book if anybody wants to look into that. But I wanted to correct the record for everybody that obviously know more about language than me coming down on me. Now, I ended up down a very long rabbit trail. And it was because of this particular part of our discussion, what actually prevents species from reproducing. Couple things, the physical incompatibility of genitalia. And then Erica, you said they can't reproduce and have viable offspring at all. In fact, they have different chromosome numbers. Now, when I heard this upon rewatching our session, this just immediately got my mind spinning and I couldn't stop thinking about it. I spent so many hours going down this rabbit trail, and I'm really glad that I did because it's super fascinating and I definitely don't understand it. So here we go. This rabbit trail. How can chromosome numbers change if evolution is true? I spent a long time making this slide. All these pictures are free to use. We don't have to source them or credit them. But this is fascinating to me. So I'm just going to go through them real quick. The mosquito, 6 chromosomes. Fruit fly, 8. Tasmanian devil, 14. Koala, 16. Opossum, 22. The common blue butterfly has 24. Giraffe, 30. Alligator, 32. Crocodile, 32. Badger, 32. Red fox, 34. Now the earthworm has 36. That's weird to me. Now a lion, a cat, and a tiger all have 38. Makes sense. Raccoon, 38. But then you get a mouse with 40. Koala with 42, rabbit with 44, humans with 46, chimps with 48, platypus 52, sheep 54, elephant 56, goat and cow with 60, donkey 62, horse 64, red deer 68, chicken 78, dog 78. Then you've got flamingos, turkeys, and pigeons at 80, which makes sense, but why are chickens 78? The great white shark at 82. And then the Atlas blue butterfly has 458. This was a mystery to me. I didn't find anybody online talking about this. So I created this for myself so I could have a visual of what I was trying to understand. And some questions came to me and some things. So when it comes to chromosome number, a hypothetical neutral change in chromosome number would not present itself in any way. And natural selection, therefore, could not select for a hypothetical neutral chromosome number change. And there would be no fitness benefit, as no one would know this change even happened. Now, that's a hypothetical neutral change. But I'm not aware of any neutral or beneficial, for that matter, chromosomal abnormalities in humans or animals. Every example I can find has severe negative consequences, many of which are lethal. In humans, you've got Down syndrome, Edwards syndrome, Patau syndrome, Turner syndrome, Klinefelter syndrome, triple X syndrome, XYY syndrome. So Grok says, someone can tell me if it's wrong, There are no well-documented cases of truly beneficial chromosomal abnormalities in animals that would lead to healthier or more fit offspring overall. Effects are overwhelmingly negative for reproduction, survival, or production traits. So coming back and looking at this, of all of these differences, I can't understand how this could ever happen if we have Luca, a last universal common ancestor. And we have this super weird anomaly, which is why I included these two in the spread there. The common blue butterfly has 24, and the Atlas blue butterfly, which looks strikingly similar, has 458. So I don't have an answer for that as to why that is the case. So my conclusion on natural selection altogether is I'm no longer skeptical concerning natural selection. It does make sense. I think the language analogy is a great example of why evolution in species does not have distinct lines. Again, that's just a brilliant analogy, but I'm still struggling to see how the examples given of natural selection would be in the long line of changes resulting in new body plans. So hopefully that helps.
Phenomenal. Yeah, that helps a ton. I am going to let my dog outside of this door really quick, and then I'm going to come back because what you said made me really excited. I'm like exploding. Okay, one second.
All right, great. I'll take that as an opportunity to check the chat, which I don't normally do. Hopefully you guys appreciate my artwork. I am not savvy, and so just creating that literally took me, I think, 4 to 5 hours.
I appreciate it, Will. And part of the reason why I appreciate it is because I know how irritating PowerPoint can be. I have become a whiz with PowerPoint animations, as you will hopefully see today. So first and foremost, I'm absolutely ecstatic about the natural selection stuff. That's the kind of thing that I love. And I'm just about to go through the roof excited that you like the language analogy, because that, believe it or not, like the reason that analogy is used, or why I've used it with my students too, is because it tends to work, right? It's intuitive and it makes a lot of sense. So I have a couple of notes here before we get to today's subject matter, just to like put forward with you. And then I've been toying around with this in my mind, and I kind of want to see what you think of it. I wonder if maybe at the half point of the series, we have either a meeting, either privately or publicly, and go over what hangups may still exist and sort of where you've come on some of those ideas, right? So like maybe if you have some time to look at sexual selection in the interim, maybe we don't do that. It's just something I've been toying around with. Okay. Design versus mutations. I talk with a lot of like theistic evolutionists, of course, all the time. And my question when I hear that is, why not both, right? Like why couldn't it be both? Like I don't see a problem. I don't think that those two things necessarily have to go head to head, as in they're necessarily in opposition. Of course, I believe in naturalistic evolution, but I don't think that what we see necessarily precludes a directionality, as I've said many times before on this show. Struggling to see how this leads to macroevolution? Yes, you should struggle to see how that leads to macroevolution at this point, because we haven't gone over any cases of macroevolution, right? We've gone over, well, I shouldn't say that. We've gone over a few minute cases of macroevolution, because macroevolution, remember, is just defined as a change in species or speciation, which we went over a couple of examples in the case of the salamander ring species, where we're like watching reproductive isolation develop over time. So, but in the sense that we all tend to mean macroevolution, we haven't talked about that yet. Like, how do you go from a land-dwelling mammal to a whale? How do you go from a fish to a tetrapod? These are major transitions that evolutionary theory needs to answer for, right? Like we need to see that in the genomes and in the fossil record as well. So totally acceptable, fine to hear that. I would be shocked if you didn't say that at this point. Your explanation of natural selection was almost spot on, right? Like, yes, you're absolutely right. If the environment changes, just like a pendulum, the condition of the organism will change back with it. That's the main takeaway that you needed to pull, is that the environment does dictate what is beneficial. If the environment moves in one direction, it'll pull a population in one direction based off of the variation that's present. And if it changes back, it'll pull it right back. So you're 100% accurate on that. Loved it. We did talk a little bit about like whether or not we're seeing evolution there. Remember, the definition of evolution is a change in allelic frequency over time. So it's just a change within a population of the frequency of different characteristics. So if the characteristics change, that is technically evolution, right? We would call that, microevolution or change within a species. You talked about phenotypic plasticity. I did not know that about the Italian wall lizard until you just now mentioned it. That's crazy to me that they exposed the secondary island ones to the original diet, and then in some ways they reverted back to that original condition. Super cool. Did not know that. Need to look into it more before I can give my thoughts. I will say, I noted when you pulled it up, it did say lost the cecal valves. That's crazy. A reduction in the length of the gastrointestinal system is surprising, but it was striking to me that it didn't go all the way back. Maybe it did, and I just haven't seen it, but I do want to look into it. And then also, of course, the changes in the skull shape stayed the same, because I don't know how a skull would shrink as an adult and how you'd lose the bite force. So I do think that there is pretty substantial support that these populations changed over time, but that's neither here nor there, because we were already sort of on the same page with that. I'm going to push back with you on sexual selection. If you don't understand sexual selection, that's on me, because I'm the one teaching it to you. So I want to rectify that. I hope I can come up with maybe a better way to pitch it to you in the interim. But what I will say is, in the meantime, take a look at those papers that I sent you too, because believe it or not, when I was looking for examples of documented sexual selection, I came across that same Peacock paper, and I found that surprising. And so I fell down the same rabbit trail of okay, but this is the classic example we always use. So where's the documented support that this is actually happening in real populations? And what I found is that people are arguing over it. For peacocks specifically, what is it specifically in male peacocks that females are selecting for, right? So that was surprising to me. As far as I understand it, and I didn't go as deep as I should have, there's still debate over it. That's why the other examples that I sent you of dark manes, I think I sent you birds of paradise, and I might have sent you a primate example too, of here's the characteristic, here's how we show that females prefer it, right? By the population changing over time, and favoring those characteristics in males. I will add that there is a really, really cool paper by, I think it's Cassini from 2018 or 2019, that takes, this blew my mind. And somebody who I know academically is working on the data set that this came with. So we can talk about it later, but because I don't think the paper's out or even in review just yet. But there's this really cool paper initially by Cassini that collected genetic data, lineage by lineage, pedigree data from wild populations. So basically the way that this works is, if you study a wild population, you have to go out there and collect their poop or their urine so that you can take it back and sequence portions of their genome so you know who is related to who. Of course, this requires seeing the animal poop or pee, going out and very quickly collecting it, and then coming back. I actually have some primatologist friends who have been peed on by many different types of primates in the search for this kind of data. But basically what they showed, and what we'll hopefully be talking about another time if this manuscript ever comes out, is that there is a very tight relationship between rank, specific physical characteristics in males, and how many offspring they father. And that is all sexual selection is, right? So the theory itself, we have a ton of support for. Specific examples I can't speak to without looking into it myself. So I need to do a deeper dive on the peacock one, because what you showed, I agree, there's some contention there. With regard to species are a mess. As I said, totally agree. I don't think species work. I dislike species. I've made videos about species. They're useful concepts, but not very what's the wrong, objective. There's not really a good objective definition for species. Of course, to be fair for evolutionary biology, the guy who invented evolution was you're going to be hard pressed to find a definition for species if I'm right. And that is how things have hashed out. Chromosome number, really, really important stuff here. Chromosome number. So what the chromosomes are is they're basically packages of DNA, right? So your entire genome is packaged into your set of chromosomes. That's your karyotype. But when we see major change in organisms, it's not typically a change in the chromosomes or how they're arranged, but the genetic material within them. So when we see chromosome numbers change in lineages of organisms, so there's a classic one, human chromosome 2, which is why humans have 46 chromosomes and chimps and the rest of the apes have 48. There's been this proposed fusion event where 2 of the chromosomes in this ancestral ape fuse together end to end, and that's why we have 1 less pair, right? The support for that we're going to be talking about next time, right? And I think it's important to note right off the bat that when we see a fusion event, which results in fewer chromosomes than in the parent, or a fission event, which would result in more, like a chromosome is broken apart and now you have an extra set, that's not necessarily changing the genetic information within it. It's just changing how that information is packaged. You see what I mean? So yes, there could be a neutral chromosomal abnormality that fades completely out of the population. It offers no benefit, it offers no detriment, and nothing ever happens. Or alternatively, as sometimes happens in genetics and in mutations, things might be linked together. So the same mutation or the same error in DNA replication or DNA replication or protein synthesis might simultaneously like degrade the telomeres, and so you end up with a restructuring of how this DNA is packaged, and also it does something else, and that thing that it also does could be beneficial or it could be detrimental. And you mentioned that most chromosomal abnormalities are detrimental. Totally agree, right? Like I struggle to see examples where they're not. However, there are cases in humans where you can have like a Robertsonian translocation, which will result in a different number than the typical 46. I think you end up with 44 chromosomes, if memory serves. I'm not fresh on that. But some of these people who have a Robertsonian translocation can reproduce just fine, right? It has very little impact on their actual phenotype and their ability to reproduce. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Case in point being that not all chromosomal arrangements are necessarily detrimental. And that's primarily because chromosomal rearrangements don't necessarily change the genetic information itself. Usually they're just changing how it's packaged. Now, there's a big implication here that I'm sure you saw when you were mapping this out yourself. And that's that a lot of things that I think we could sit down and say, these two things are definitely related to one another, have different chromosome numbers, right? Donkeys and horses, different chromosome numbers. I don't think anybody on this planet is going to say that donkeys and horses aren't related to one another, right? Like from a creationist perspective, this might be like the created kind in the Garden of Eden. But what that would require by both of our worldviews, right, is that at some point, that ancestral equid did have a chromosomal rearrangement to result in the donkey and horse that we have today. The same would be true with rats and mice, or with lions and tigers, like animals that actually, I don't know if lions and tigers have different chromosome numbers.
They're the same.
Yeah, they have the same. So rats and mice then, and donkeys and horses, babirussas and wild boar, like lots of pairs of things that I think are unequivocally related have different chromosome numbers. So then the question becomes, okay, are naturalistic processes enough to explain this? You see what I mean? And so that's what we can talk about a little bit more later.
Okay.
So those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
Do you want to add anything before we get started?
No, I'm excited for this one.
Sweet. Yeah, I think this is going to be a big one. I'd also like to take a minute. Friend of the channel, Vishanti, is currently in like a housing instability situation. She's hanging out in the chat. Please consider headed to her GoFundMe, her PayPal, and helping her out. I think she's really close to getting what she needs to be housing secured, and I would really like to see that. So Vishanti's awesome. Please check that out. And with that, I believe Dapper, if you're there, link it. And if you're not, somebody else link it. And with that, I think we're ready to get started. So I have to do my little maneuver here. This time too, by the way, I got a cup of tea and it's on a warmer so that I can continue to drink tea when my voice inevitably goes out, as it always does in these shows. All right. Now, originally, let me make sure. Can you see this?
Yes.
Sick. So originally, when we planned this syllabus-wise for like the order in which we were going through things, this was not going to be next. Originally, we were going to do examples of macro and micro evolution. But as we were working through the previous sort of lectures, the previous lessons, I started thinking more and more, and I was like, okay, once we have the basic concepts of that species can change over time, like that populations can change over time, I think it's time to establish, I think it's pretty critical actually to establish how much time do we have? Because, I'm coming at this from a perspective of conventional science, which says that the Earth is more or less 4.5 billion years old. That's a long time. Will and a lot of other young Earth creationists are coming at it from the perspective that it's not nearly that old. Instead, we're looking at 6,000 to 10,000 years. Some people will give it even a little bit more than that. And that has implications on everything downstream. The amount of time you have has implications. And so I thought it'd be important to sort of go at this from a point of, why do we think the Earth is old? What support do we actually have for this? And I want to give Will an opportunity to push back on some of this. Before this, in order to prepare, I listened to some conversations that Will has had with other scientists about the age of the Earth, specifically a conversation that he had with PhD Tony. And I also had this presentation shown to a couple of geologists that I know, just to make sure that everything is above board. Anything I say, though, as I said to Will beforehand, if I say something wrong, that's on me. If it's on the slides, it should be correct. So, do you know this formation? Well, you've been to the UK, haven't you? I think you have.
I've been to the UK. I don't know this formation.
These are the White Cliffs of Dover. I love the White Cliffs of Dover, and I only saw them once when I was getting ready to take the Channel over to visit France. And I saw them at night. The moon was full, so you could see them pretty well, but I didn't get to really see them in the day, and that's a sad thing because I think they're really cool. But I'm hoping to go back at some point soon. A friend of mine is getting married in the UK next year, I think, so I want to go see them. But these are a really important formation that we're going to talk about, and they're also beautiful. I picked them because I think they're really emblematic of the ancient age of the Earth. As usual, if you find yourself new here, my name is Erica. I'm hosting this conversation between Will and I. Will has graciously given me his time so that I can basically give him an adapted version of a course that I taught for 4 years at a university level, first as a lab instructor and then the honors lecture. So my background is this. You guys have all seen it before. I'm a 5th-year PhD candidate right now in biological anthropology. So I study human evolution. And those of you who know me have probably noticed that there is a very conspicuous lack of anything regarding human evolution so far. And that's because that's by design. The goal of this series or this course is to teach Will Duffy or anyone watching what evolution is and why the scientific community is convinced by it, as well as how it specifically applies to humans. This is sort of a hybrid course, so it's not verbatim the course that I taught at university. I've added and subtracted some stuff that I think is more or less relevant. And this is also not meant to be like a creationism debunking series. This is meant to be like a why does conventional science believe the things that it believes series. But unavoidably, especially today, there's going to be, I imagine, some conversations about sort of the creationist perspective. So, the roadmap, we are here, February. We're talking about paleontology, geology, and biogeography today. Why do we think the Earth is old? So what do we know and what do we want to know? As we talked about last time, and I've sort of given this spiel already, even just today, but just formally, I should say, we know that real observed populations of organisms change over time thanks to the mechanisms of evolution. That would be mutation, natural selection, gene flow, and genetic drift. But what we want to know is how much time we actually have, because the change that is possible is contingent on the available time. I don't think that's controversial. I think we can probably all be on the same page with that. And I have this little diagram here that shows, maybe we can all agree that all finches are related, but how far back does this go? Because if all the finches converge in a family tree, does the finch family tree converge, with the flamingo family tree? Do all the birds converge with alligators and crocodiles and turtles? And how far back does this go? So rates and time, that's the name of the game when we're talking age of the Earth stuff. We can estimate, just generally speaking, the time that it takes for something to happen if we know the starting state, the ending state, and the rate at which it's occurring. So I've got a little hourglass here because that's sort of the typical example of like a rate. If this hourglass has 1,000 grains of sand in the top portion, right, and the sand flows at 1 grain per second into the bottom portion, and that bottom portion starts off empty, how many seconds will it take for all of the sand to go from the top to the bottom? 1,000 seconds, right? Like we can plug a lot of this into the basic D equals RT style of equation. And this logic holds for everything that meets the assumptions, right? Like we can estimate how long it takes to fill up a swimming pool if we know the rate at which the water is going into the pool and how big the pool is. We can estimate the time that it takes for cancer to grow if we know the rate at which cancer grows, the type of cancer it is, and how far along it is when we caught it. We can estimate the time that it takes from a train to get from point A to point B by knowing the speed of the train and whether the speed is constant. And we can estimate the age of a tree by counting the rings, supposing we know how many rings deposit every year. Basically, we need a starting state, we need an ending state, and we need a rate in order to tell how long it took for something to occur. So a biological example, right, or how do we tell how long a person has been alive, or the age of a person? And this is my area because, I do paleoanthropology. Human age can actually be estimated during life or after death by several different means, right? You can look at the growth plate closure at the ends of long bones, so like at the ends of your femora or your humerus, right? You can look at the tooth eruption patterns because we erupt our teeth, like our teeth change over from baby teeth to permanent teeth at a very predictable rate. And you can look at the suture closure, right? So your skull is actually composed of several different bones, really your cranial vault is. And those bones meet together at a joint that's called a suture. These cranial sutures, as you age, slowly become obliterated. So a person who's really, really old won't have the cranial sutures that a young person would have if you were to, God forbid, see what their skull looked like. So suppose we're walking around in the woods and we find a skeleton. And let's suppose we pick up the femur, right, which is your thigh bone, and we find out that it's got a fully closed growth plate. Well, we know from our previous little example over here, like our charts, that the growth plates tend to close on the femur, regardless of the end that you're looking at, around 14. So if the growth plates are closed, we know that the person this femur belonged to was at least 14. If the mandible that we find, maybe we find a little jawbone alongside it, has wisdom teeth, we know that that person was probably at least 17, right? Because wisdom teeth start to erupt around that time. Very rarely will they erupt earlier than that. And let's say we find a skull cap too, and that skull cap has no cranial sutures visible, right? They're obliterated. Since it takes till you age 60 for those cranial sutures to be fully annihilated, right? We know that that skull cap belonged to somebody who was probably at least 60. However, if we only had one of these pieces of the puzzle, it would be really hard to actually triangulate how old that person was. If we just had the femur, we'd be like, well, they were at least 14, and that's probably all we'd know. Same with the molar and same with the skull cap, right? Because it takes a long time for the sutures to close. So if they were open, that person could be anywhere from a baby to 60. We needed all three of these things to really get a full picture as to the age of that person. However, we do know that that person was not 5. Right? Any of these pieces of evidence are going to tell us that the person who died was not 5 years old because the growth plate was closed, they had their wisdom teeth, and the cranial sutures were obliterated. In this way, geology can at least give us minimum ages. And I'd like to pause here and tell Will, because I know Will is into longevity stuff. In your conversation with PhD Tony, you mentioned that it's actually really hard to tell the exact age of a person. True. These can give us estimations, but I have this paper here that I thought you'd think was really interesting from 2018. They're actually working on using epigenetics to specifically clock, just on the basis of a DNA sample, how old the person who that DNA belonged to was. And I thought that was crazy. I don't know how far along they are on that, but that was new to me.
Yeah, new to me too. Thank you.
Okay. So, like I said, geology can give us at least minimum ages for things, and this is the logic that the very first geologists used. If we go back to Hutton and Cuvier and Lyell, I should say, these guys observed geologic processes happening in the present and happening really, really slowly. Specifically, Hutton looked at Hadrian's Wall, a famous Roman wall built in, I think, within 50 years of the death of Christ. And he noticed that this wall was still in pretty good shape. And he was like, okay, well, we know when this wall was built, the wall is in pretty good shape. So erosion must happen pretty slowly. And if this wall is still here and it's only a couple thousand years old, how old are the gigantic mountains that surround me? He basically looked at mountains and canyons, all of these guys did. And they were like, well, if things that are happening today have always happened like this, all of this stuff is necessarily pretty old. And in the century since this, we've started to fine tune this idea because, as I think anybody can appreciate, it's not that simple. Uniformitarianism is a term that you'll often hear in geology, and it basically means the present is the key to the past. It states that the same natural laws and processes that operate in our present day scientific observations have always operated and apply everywhere in the universe, or at least, let's just say, on Earth, right? So, for instance, we can look at a modern day beach and we can say, okay, in shallow waters on a calm day, the waves that are on top of the sand will start to sort of knock that sand up on itself, right? And you'll get these really beautiful ripples that cross all across the bay, right? The only way that you get these ripples is in that particular scenario, right? The ripples in their distance, I should say, from one another, in their height, in their composition, all of that stuff is subject to change. But for this particular pattern, you require these particular conditions, at least so far as we can tell. If that is the case, then when we find ripples that are spaced like this and have this same kind of height and geometry in the geologic column, it's probably fair to say that that geologic column was like that beach. That's the logic of uniformitarianism. If we find something today or understand the processes that create something today, that can be applied to the past. And typically in age of the Earth conversation, this has to do with things like weathering and deposition and erosion. And these can be sort of applied back into the past to estimate how long it took for specific formations to form, right? So if the classic example, if the Colorado River is responsible for creating the Grand Canyon and it's carving down the Grand Canyon at a very slow rate, I don't know the exact rate, let's say an inch per year, then we can take that to the top of the Grand Canyon and estimate how long it took for the canyon to actually form. That's the idea. But that makes a lot of assumptions, right? We have to assume that the rates were actually constant. What if the river has changed course multiple times? And that would mean that it actually took a lot longer. Or what if the river was once way more powerful? Well, that would mean that it took shorter, right? And on top of that, we know for a fact that things aren't always calm, cool, and collected across our world. We know that local catastrophes happen and can create massive amounts of geologic change really, really quickly. So how do we deal with these? How do we know when rates were constant, or even if they were constant? And how do we actually cope with catastrophes? So Geology 101, you got to understand a little bit about rocks. There's three major types of rocks. There's igneous rocks, metamorphic rocks, and sedimentary rocks. Sedimentary rocks are like the most common type of rock here on the crust of the Earth. They're formed by the cementation of accumulated sediment, which is eroded has been eroded and then deposited in a new location by water or wind. Basically, this is the typical type of rock that you're going to see. This is like wind will erode away at a cliff and grains of sand will flow down the cliff and then they'll end up, at the bottom, and then, or, maybe a river is carving through a muddy bank and it's pulling off some of that sediment and depositing it somewhere down the river. Eventually, the way that this works is that layers of sediment, whether they're above water or below water, will stack, right? If sediment is in a place for long enough, then sediment will be deposited on top of it and so on and so forth, like you can see in this picture, and you'll get layers of sediment. And as these layers build up, that bottom layer gets squished and squished and squished, and the water starts to get pushed out from in between the tiny grains, right? The grains of sand that are there at the bottom. And slowly over time, that accumulated sediment will begin to compact and then cement. And that's how you end up getting rock from sediment. Igneous rock, on the other hand, is formed by the cooling of magma. This is typically what we use in absolute dating. Basically, igneous rock is volcanic rock, right? It's rock that has been extruded from a volcano as lava and then cooled off. Metamorphic rock is formed when sedimentary or igneous rock is subjected to intense heat or pressure. It's the third type of rock that we are not going to concern ourselves with very much today. We observe the formation of all of these types of rocks in the present, right? So we have volcanic eruptions today. We can watch lava cool. We can watch layers of sediment build on a riverbank, and we can look like core down and find where that sediment has started to harden, and so on and so forth. These rock types interact with each other in what we know as the rock cycle, right? Igneous rock is extruded out to the surface during volcanic eruptions, like flood basalts and things of that nature. And once it reaches the surface, it's subject to the elements. So it's going to be weathered and eroded and transported, and it's going to end up back in the rock column or in the water or in some desert somewhere. And eventually it's going to compact and compact and compact, and you've got these sedimentary rocks. The thing, though, is that the crust of the Earth is constantly shifting, as we're going to talk about in a second, which means that when two plates, and more details here in a minute, sort of crash into each other, one is going to lose that fight and get sort of subducted under the other. So sedimentary rock and igneous rock, sometimes, if it starts on the surface, will end up deep in the mantle of the Earth. And there it's it's exposed to immense amounts of heat and pressure, and that's how you get metamorphic rock. So that's 101 on types of rocks and our understanding of how they form. But way more interesting than rocks, unfortunately for geology folks, is fossils, because fossils are, I think, they're just better. So we need to understand how fossils form too, in addition to how rocks form, if we're supposed to sort of reconstruct past environments as well as the things that lived within them and get an idea of not just when they lived, but where they lived. So becoming a fossil is conceptually not that hard. really what you want to do if you want to become a fossil, and this is like top of my list because I would love to be in a museum someday, is you want to avoid scavengers. You want to avoid scavengers and weathering, and you want to like get sequestered away somewhere to slow down that rate of decomposition. The easiest way to do that is to get buried. So the most common process for a fossil to form is this. Step 1 is die. Step 2 is get buried quickly. And the reason you want to get buried quickly is, like I said, because predators, or excuse me, scavengers are going to come and pick you apart. They're going to scatter your bones everywhere. They're going to leave nothing behind to actually fossilize. And also, the more time that you're on top of the surface, the more opportunities there are for the elements to tear you apart too. So this is actually a picture that my friend Jonathan Baker sent me of a fish, half of a fish that's been eaten a little bit by scavengers that is in the process of being buried, which is cool because fossils aren't just forming in the past. They're forming at various stages today as well. Then you want to get buried even more. It's not good enough to be buried as much as this fish is here, because if you're buried a little bit, you might get trampled by big animals. This is another one of Jonathan Baker's pictures, but I've seen this myself out at the field site that I work at, where local Maasai people herd their cattle. Like, they herd their cattle directly through our fossil site. And so the cattle step and stomp all over the fossils and they break into a million pieces. Can't complain because, you know, they got mouths to feed too, but I wish that they would just go around the fossils. This happens all the time though, where the longer you are at the surface, the more opportunities there are for critters to eat you and for you to get destroyed by this, that, and the other thing. Then, once you're appropriately buried away from everything, you need the surrounding layers to become rock. If you're just sitting in a bunch of like sloppy, soapy mud, nothing's really going to happen, right? Because it isn't until that cementation happens to the rock around you that the leaching of the elements that make you up starts to occur, and then your body starts to paramineralize, which means it basically turns into a fossil. Because people, you know, a lot of people think that the fossil bones that you see of dinosaurs are actually real bones. They're mostly rock, and we'll talk more about that later. Mostly because we have soft tissue to talk about too. Then you need, after that area around you is rock, you need to become mineralized yourself, or you decay away and you need minerals to fill in that cast. This happens all the time just because of the nature of the earth and how groundwater seeps down and mineral exchange happens. This is actually not a very difficult stop in our pathway here. And then you need to be discovered. That's the journey of fossilization. And it ain't easy. But there are many ways to preserve, right? Like, that's not the only way to do it. You could fall into a tar pit, as we see with these beautiful tar-colored smilodons out in the La Brea tar pits in California. There's tons and tons of dire wolves and mammoths and things like that that are beautifully preserved that, you know, they weren't buried quickly, but they did sequester away. They got stuck in a tar pit. And so their bones have this weird black color to them. Maybe you get preserved in amber, right? That's not technically getting buried, but that will do a great job preserving you and keeping you away from things that would break you apart. A mudslide will do it. That's really just getting buried. That's another way for being buried quickly. That's a cool set of fossils there of some dinosaurs that were caught in a mudslide. And we're going to talk in a minute, like, how do we tell that that's what happened to them? You could fall into an anoxic lake. This is actually a picture of, I think this is an actual picture of Lake Nyos, which Lake Nyos is a pretty spooky spot as far as the world goes. In some places in the world, there are lakes that will undergo what's called limnic eruptions or limnic turnovers. So basically, the very, very bottom portion of the lake is really anoxic. There's not a lot of oxygen down there, and the top portion is decently oxygenated. But because of the geology of the lake and surrounding it, every now and again, a turnover will occur, and all of that anoxic CO2, et cetera, greenhouse gases will come to the surface. And because it's denser than what we've got up here, it ends up just blanketing the surrounding valley. And people, like thousands of people, have died because of limnic eruptions in Lake Nyos. And look up the Lake Nyos disaster. If you're a critter, though, and you happen to fall into this lake, you're going to sink to the bottom, as tends to happen when things first die. And it's so anoxic at the bottom of these lakes that bacteria can't survive to break you down, and fish can't get down there because they can't breathe. There's no oxygen to pull from the water around them. And so what ends up happening is you end up with these gorgeously preserved fossils. The German word for a formation like this in the fossil record is a Lagerstätten. Really cool. We'll talk about this fossil later, Darwinius massilae, but she's preserved. She's still got fur. It's really cool. I mean, it's not original fur, but it's fur impressions. Or you could be preserved by being in a really desolate place with not a lot of predators and not a lot of elements to actually tear you to pieces. Desert formations are really common for this reason. a couple of other interesting fossils in their formation, just because I think they're cool. I like this fossil of a fish, the fish midway through its meal. Originally, that's how this was pitched, but the geochemistry of the limestone that this thing is found in is actually very similar to what we see in Lake Neos, right? To these anoxic lakes. So what scientists think happened with this particular fish isn't that it was like collapsed upon mid-meal, as we're going to see for some other fossils, but instead, based off of the morphology of that fish's head and the fish that's in its mouth, they think it choked. They think it choked on that fish. And that because it choked on that fish, it sank to the bottom of the lake, where, again, it's an anoxic lake, at least according to the geochemistry of the formation. And then nothing could eat it. And it very slowly was covered up with stuff that was precipitating out. The dueling dinos are another classic example. These guys, this is a Protoceratops and a Velociraptor from Mongolia. They're preserved like this. It's absolutely unreal that we have this fossil at all. And you can actually tell like how they were feuding with each other by the positions and the damage to their bones. But the surrounding sediment, the idea is that these guys were actually killed by a collapsed sand dune. So they were living in an environment that was already very deserted, with these really like tall dunes, like sort of like you'd see at the Sahara. And a dune collapsed upon them and they suffocated. Part of the reason why they propose that is because you can actually find some pole marks on some of the higher up portions of these guys that paleontologists have suggested were predators trying to pull them, or scavengers, I should say, trying to pull them out of that dune. This little adorable frozen mammoth, cool, really interesting. Really, this isn't even a fossil, it's a subfossil, because there's so, I mean, that's the original thing. Ichthyosaur giving birth, absolutely beautiful fossil. This one, I believe, as well as the one we're going to talk about next, these guys were gotten by a submarine landslide. And then these two guys here, a little mammaliform, I should say, and a little, I think it's a temnospondyl, might be an amphibian, were caught in a storm that effectively filled up the burrow that they were both hiding in, and were preserved there. So obviously, as you've heard from me talking about those fossils, catastrophes happen. Local catastrophes leave clues of themselves, and we can often determine what happened by comparison to modern events. So when we look at these kinds of things, how do we actually tell, like, how do I say, okay, a dune collapsed and that's what killed these guys, or, oh, it was an anoxic lake? The reason is because we have events that happen today that are just like all of these events that do leave traces of themselves. In the case of a submarine landslide, this is a submarine landslide that happened across the south of New England along a continental margin. And you can actually see how the sediment has shifted in this sort of, it's not an X-ray, but it's sort of like an X-ray goggles style cross-section of this big slump that occurred off the side of this hill, under the water, of course. And then over here to your right is some ancient sediment that shows this same pattern of this big broken up like landslide, like the sediment is just sort of rolling over itself. These two things look like each other. Interestingly enough, in those ichthyosaurs that we talked about, the ones that are either giving birth or midway through a meal or whatever, these guys are often associated with submarine landslides. I couldn't find an example of one that wasn't. That tends to be why they preserve so well, because they got buried really quickly. But that's not the only type of thing, right? Like we can find traces of volcanic eruptions, like just catastrophic ash falls. In the case of this, I believe that's an American rhino, but it might be one of the horses. In the ashfall beds of the Miocene here in North America, specifically as you see there in Nebraska, there was this massive volcanic eruption. And in the ashfall beds, which was quite close to the eruption site, ash fell from the sky for months and basically choked these guys out and then covered them up with ash. Didn't kill them immediately, but they end up dying of respiratory failure because of the ash in the air, which we can actually tell by looking at their bones. Their bones exhibit something called, I think it's hypertrophic osteopathy. So it's basically like when you go into respiratory failure, if it's chronic instead of acute, which is what happened here. This is more like secondhand smoke as compared to like a house fire. Your bone starts irregularly depositing like growing bone along your body, along your long bones. And that's what these fossils all exhibit. So the ash, in addition to the pathologies exhibited by these skeletons, are what tell scientists that these guys, yeah, they probably died in a volcanic eruption. So uniform processes versus local catastrophe can be checked. You've got this really cool side-by-side here. A, you see these little bedding patterns, right? These little laminae, and then you see them over here in B. B is Santa Barbara. It's just a picture taken at the beach in Santa Barbara. And to the left is Cambrian rock, which is cool because, I mean, from a uniformitarian perspective, that tells us that, yeah, processes do seem to be pretty consistent through time. So we would argue that the present is still the key to the past. Modern catastrophes do happen, and that's a good thing because that allows us to see them in the fossil record when and where they happen. We can see the physical and chemical signals that local catastrophes leave behind, and we can basically clock them when they occur in the geologic column. Earlier, I mentioned that like uniformitarianism has had centuries to be refined, and most geologists, if you say uniformitarianism, will be like, okay, like they'll kind of roll your eyes, at least the ones that I know. And that's because most geologists are going to hold to actualism, which is the combination of general uniformitarianism, but appreciating that catastrophes do happen. What does, and you know, the name sort of speaks for itself. What actually happens? Actualism. So all of this is important to appreciate when we look to the geologic column, right? We need to understand how to recognize specific processes. So we'll start with rates. Now, according to direct observation, most daily geologic processes are slow. I don't think that's controversial. If you go outside, you're going to notice that sediments seem to deposit slowly. You can go to the same river every day for a year, and it's not going to change very much, at least if it's a big river. Rocks are going to form slowly. You're not going to return to the same spot the next day and find new rocks there. Mountains build slowly, and as long as we've observed the Himalayas, they're moving at like a couple of inches per year, maybe. Canyons deepen slowly, right? We're not having to redo our infrastructure at the Grand Canyon every year. Continents move slowly, right? We don't find ourselves next to China all of a sudden, and so on. But how do we know these processes have always been slow? We may observe those with our eyes now, but how do we know that that's always been the case? Here, I included this picture of me at Dinosaur National Monument because I thought it was a cool picture. And you can see these big tilted strata, which is neat. So from a geologic perspective, and I'll argue biologic perspective as well, the reason these things are known to be slow is because geology and biology are constrained by laws of chemistry and physics. So rates can vary, absolutely, they can and do vary. But chemistry and physics tell us that there's a limit to how much that they, how much things can vary. They can't deviate so much from modern rates to substantially reduce billions of years to thousands of years without breaking some laws. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later here. But as an example, right, I've included a paper to the side here called sediment transport and water flow. Everybody knows that if you have a pot of water that you're heating up on the stove, it is possible to oversalt it or to oversugar it. If you fill a pot of water or a cup of water with too much salt or sugar or even just like fine chalk powder, eventually it's going to fall out of solution. And sometimes that's because enough time has passed for it to actually fall out. And sometimes it's because the water literally cannot hold any more of it. There's a limit, a chemical and physical limit to how much sediment or substrate water can hold. So before we get into that, I want to sort of frame everything here because I think that's important for Age of the Earth stuff. Science requires that hypotheses be testable, right? Like they have to be. I think we're all on the same page with that. That's not controversial. So if something today appears to take a long time, that's not the end of the story. That's our hypothesis. We also have to show that it can't happen quickly. If it's happening slowly now, we need to show that this actually couldn't have happened super, super fast. Or if it can, we need to be able to distinguish between the two. So as a classic example, diamonds are formed naturally. They're really expensive if you get a natural diamond. And it's pretty difficult to tell, but not impossible, the difference between a lab diamond and a diamond that's found naturally. So I've been told, right? An expert can tell the difference, but according like a random person on the street, myself, if you give me a natural diamond and a lab-grown diamond, and the natural diamond's been cut, I'm probably not going to be able to tell the difference. This is important because from a conventional perspective, diamonds take a really, really long time to form. They have to form in the mantle of the Earth, and then they have to basically make their way up to the surface. Billions of years in some cases. But we can also make them in a couple of weeks or months in a lab if we take small amounts of like carbon and just expose them to an immense amount of heat and pressure or grow them, right? So there's two ways to form diamonds, a really, really slow way and a really, really fast way. But the thing is, you can tell the difference, right? Like natural diamonds have small trapped gases in them that lab-grown diamonds don't. And this is because of how they were formed. So the case in point here, the sort of takeaway is we have something that takes a long time to form, and we have something that can form quickly, and we know how to tell the difference. We can distinguish the difference between something that's fast and something that's slow here. They leave traces behind. Likewise, if something appears to have happened really quickly, we need to show that it could not have happened slowly. So when organisms die, they usually decay really, really fast. We find biological material, though, in fossils hundreds of millions of years old, right? So, and I would argue that it's not just the soft tissue stuff. We also just, by merit of fossils, period, have preservation of animals that should be long gone. And 99 times out of 100, a cow's body that you leave out in pasture is not going to be there, in 1,000 years. It's going to be taken away by scavengers. The bones are going to be crushed. They're going to be to the wind. But fossilization preserves this. So we know to some degree that, or we've always known, I should say, to some degree that this kind of stuff can preserve. But the question is, like, how much can it, right? So here we have a little fossilized wolf, or not a fossilized wolf, excuse me, a frozen wolf puppy in permafrost, which is really cool. A T-Rex skeleton. This little vial of blood came from an Ice Age horse, right? A horse frozen in the north that we were able to pull like actual blood from. This is a photo that's argued to be, and I'd say argued because allegedly it's contentious. I find it compelling, but this is argued to be a tiny, tiny bit of chromatin from a caudipteryx or a dinosaur bone. And then here are some casts of microscopic structures in Devonian fish, 350 million years old, right? So we have to ask, if this is stuff that normally happens and goes away quickly, is there a way that it could preserve? That's the next question. In order for you to say that it's young, you have to preclude the possibility that it could actually preserve, that there's a mechanism there. And as we're going to talk about later, go ahead, sorry.
How do we test this, right? So when we find something that we're assuming is hundreds of millions of years old and it is biological material, how do we test to make sure it actually is hundreds of millions of years old and that we don't have that number wrong?
You mean like radiometric dating and like estimating the age of fossils specifically?
Well, maybe. I mean, I don't think you can you radiometric date biological material?
You can radiocarbon date biological material, and you can radiometrically date some biological material like eggshells, like dinosaur eggshells and things like that. If it has sort of like a non ooey gooey carbony component to it, right? So the way that we're going to talk about this here in a second, but the way that you typically tell the age of a fossil, like of an individual fossil itself, is by getting solid dates from what is directly above it and what is directly below it. So I don't think that, well, can we put a pin in this? Because we are going to go over it here in a minute. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I know
definitely.
that's...
No, it's great.
Okay. Yeah, because this is a fair question, right? How do we determine the age of fossils in general, right? Especially when, in the majority of cases, we can't date them themselves. We can't actually radiometrically date the fossil specifically. Now, I'm going to propose that, as you'll see, I'm hinting at it here, but I'll get into it a little bit more later on. There are mechanisms that can preserve this material. Even the craziest stuff that's being proposed right now, and I think that there's really solid support that this is soft tissue. I don't think that's controversial anymore. But it is way better understood than it was in 2005. And there's some really cool experimental work that I'm excited to share. So, in sum, when we find processes that appear to be slow, we must preclude a fast formation to conclude an old age for formation. So if I find something that looks like it took a long time, I have to show that it couldn't have happened quickly. The minimum age of the Earth is necessarily drawn from material with the oldest age for which a faster formation can be precluded. The minimum age, it can't be younger than the oldest thing we have that definitely couldn't have formed quickly. However, not all data are equal in quality, not all models are equal in quantity of support, and not all processes are fully understood. We have to have humility when we come to this stuff. Therefore, the age of the Earth should be estimated by taking everything we know into account, prioritizing data that is high quality, repeatably obtained, corroborated by independent scholars and methods, right? Like, it's got to be the top brass stuff. But above all, a good model should make testable and accurate predictions about unknown data sets. Do you think I think that's fair? Or does that sound good to you?
It does, yes. I would add, I don't know if this has ever been done, but I would like to see a double-blind test for dating.
We're going to talk about how you could feasibly do that later, because I remembered you mentioned that in your convo with PhD Tony, and I have a note about it. But you're going to see why it's not as simple as it sounds, I think, by the end of this. But I still doable, but not as simple as it sounds. All right. With all that out of the way, how old is the Earth? This is a picture that I took in West Kenya. I think it's really pretty. You can see Tinderet there in the distance. It's a really, really cool volcanic complex from the Miocene. Here's how I want to do this. I want to start with where we all agree. According to Archbishop James Ussher, or Archbishop, I should say, James Ussher, the Earth is at least 6,000 years old. And I know that Will holds to a 10,000-year-old Earth, but that's also at least 6,000 years old. So I think we can agree that it's at least 6,000 years old. We'll start there. We can support this by a lot of ways. We can look to living bristlecone pines like Methuselah, which are argued using ring count to be about 5,000 years old. Dendrochronology is the study of like dating trees by their ring counts and by other methods. And the way that this works is trees deposit rings when they're growing. So there isn't this rule of like a tree deposit once a year. A tree says, okay, I'm putting a ring down, right? They're just documented periods of growth. And the reason they show up typically in seasonal or temperate trees is because like the seasons aren't consistent. If you are a tree in the northern hemisphere, like in Minnesota, let's say, in the winter, there's not a whole lot of resources for you to actually put into growing, but in the summer, there's a lot. And so a tree ring is going to be evident in their trunk because this is when it was able to grow. And then it will halt, and that'll be demarcated, and then it'll start growing again. This is why you don't typically, at least that I know of, have tree rings in tropical species, because they're just always growing. There's no reason for them to deposit. They're not depositing a ring. There's no truncation there. Now, rings typically form at a rate of once per year. Droughts might mean ringless years, and excessive rain might lead to double ring years. But the cool thing is we can actually like test this by looking at the trees, counting the rings to figure out the age of that tree, and then comparing suspected double ring or ringless years to like historical records or isotope records, right? To see if the weather really was really good or really bad then. And maybe that's why our tree ring data is saying this. So trees, individually, living trees can take us back about 5,000 years, but dead trees can take us further back because tree ring counts across thousands of individuals can be cross-dated using ring thickness, right? So basically, as you can see in this picture over here to the right, you might have a tree that's died kind of recently. And then you might also find a dead tree that's been incorporated into a log cabin, like maybe from Abraham Lincoln's time. And maybe these trees overlap for 50 years, right? Like this Abraham Lincoln tree was alive, and 50 years before it died, this newer tree starts growing. So they're going to have ring patterns that reflect, that can be mapped onto one another. And this can be done with pretty decent statistical certainty because, again, like when we look at tree rings, it's not like one ring and they're all equally spaced. They're recording growth periods. So the odds of having like 20 rings that are all the same like width and not be representing the same time period is pretty slim. So what you can basically do is you can take forests of trees, like dead trees that have been, you call them subfossils, which means they're partially but not completely fossilized. And you can pull those out and you can basically compare where these trees map. You lay them end to end to end, and you can see how far in the past the oldest tree reached. Does that make sense how that works?
Yeah, it does.
Maybe this image will help. So this is a paper from a couple of years back, and they basically went and dug a ton of trees up out of rivers in Europe. These were all subfossil trees. And they have a main sequence that lasts from nearly present day, maybe 100 or so years ago. And it stretches all the way to 8,239 BC, right? And the way that like this is just continued, these aren't just like one tree mapped with one tree. This is dozens of trees from individual time periods whose rings are barcodes that preserve the time in which they overlap. And a lot of them overlap a ton, as you can see in this little cartoon here. But if you lay them all out, the total time that these trees are recording is about 12,000 years, unbroken, all just from forests in Central Europe. I think that's compelling. You sound like you had a question. Go ahead.
No, no, I've never thought of this before. I've never heard this before. So it's fascinating to me.
It's really cool. And oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just I'm trying to think through, like, some of those black lines are pretty thin.
Yeah, they are. But that's why you have microscopes that can read these things really, really tight. And we're going to see in a second, but there's another way to look at it that it's a punchline that we're going to talk about later.
Okay,
But
and I'm guessing Maine there is not a tree.
No, that's the main sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
no,
so
main sequence.
then I see gaps. So I just have to understand it better.
Yeah, so just for the record, the main sequence is a line of singular trees from that can be mapped end to end, right? So this is the unbroken sequence in one location. That's their main sequence from one location. Danube, the Rhine, East Germany, these are all different locations where you've got like a couple hundred trees, a couple dozen trees, depending on the spot, whose rings can be mapped onto that main sequence by virtue of the thickness and thinness and how they're spaced, like I said, kind of like a barcode. So this is the biggest, longest stretch, and these guys can be mapped onto it. And that's important because what that tells us is that the weather was consistent across Europe, which makes sense because it's like you've got Germany, you've got France, you got a couple of different locations here. We would expect them to have pretty similar weather, so we would expect the trees to deposit rings in a similar way, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's compelling for sure.
So ice cores can take us back even further than 12,000 years. And I'll add, if you want to go back and check out this paper, one thing that's really cool that they do is, or that you could do, that they reference, and we'll talk a little bit more about this later, you can actually map some of these tree ring weather patterns to real events, because these are all within well, I shouldn't say all, some of this stuff is within human history, like humans taking down notes. So ice accumulates reliably and annually in places like Greenland and Antarctica. So what scientists do is they go up to these places and they take these big cores and they drill down into the surface of the ice, and then they pull it up and they record these layers, right, of ice and snow that's being deposited. And what's cool about these layers is these layers are also annual. They deposit one layer per year, where you've got this band of white and black, like white and darker, lighter and darker ice, sort of right on top of each other. And those couplets represent the year. And the way that they know this, or that they suppose this, is because in the summer, right, if you test this darker layer, you're going to find dust and hoarfrost in there, whereas the lighter stuff doesn't have that, right? We see these depositing today, and as they deposit today, we notice that the summer ice does have more dust and more hoarfrost in it, and in the winter, it doesn't. And so we take what we see now and we extrapolate it back in time. And with the naked eye, you can count about 25,000 couplets. And this isn't from one ice core. This is from many ice cores, not just in Greenland, but in Antarctica too. Additional methods, and we're going to talk about those additional methods later, can push you back even further. More than 100,000 years of individual layers in these ice cores. But as you noted earlier, when you were talking about the trees, in the case of those rings being really, really thin, that happens here too with these ice cores. The deeper you go, the more that they're smushed on top of one another, and they become really, really hard to see really well without special instruments. So naked eye, easily 25,000 years. But if you want to go deeper than that, we're going to have to consult some additional methods. In Antarctica, you can actually go even further. You can go 800,000 years of individual layers from ice cores in Antarctica. But you can't, again, that's not naked eye. 25,000 years, naked eye. The rest of this stuff is additional methods we'll talk about in a second. What's really, really cool about these layers of ice, these couplets, is that they preserve information about the environment when they were deposited. So you're probably familiar with oxygen, which is an element that we breathe. But as you probably know, elements come in different isotopes. So if something has this, you can have two sort of isotopes of the same element. They'll have the same proton number, but their neutron number will differ. So oxygen can come in oxygen 16, or it can come in oxygen 18. 18 is heavier than 16, and 16 is lighter than 18. And this reflects, right, the ratio of 18 to 16 just by virtue of their weight can actually tell us about the climate, the temperature of the air and the temperature of the water when this oxygen was locked away in the ice. As you can see from this graphic over here, when you're in a non-glacial period, so when things are pretty warm, water evaporates like normal, it runs off like normal, and there's a roughly equal amount of oxygen 16 and oxygen 18 in the ocean. But when things get really cold, what ends up happening is that the evaporation pulls more oxygen 16 up just because it's lighter. Then it falls down as snow or ice, and it ends up trapped in these ice caps at the ends of the earth, right? Because it's glacial, it's freezing. And so it's not running back into the water to equalize things out. Instead, it gets trapped away. And so what you can do is you can look at the ratio of oxygen 16 and 18 in these ice cores to actually reconstruct what that climate was like. Because we've watched oxygen 18 and 13 fluctuate just within the past 100 years in our own atmosphere. We know this relationship pretty well. Excuse me. So I think that's cool, and we'll talk more about that later. Varves are another way of counting that you can determine the age of something. These guys are layers of sediment that are also deposited once a year or annually in bodies of water, so specifically like lakes or fjords. And they work just like our previous methods do. They deposit with two little layers, one for the summer, one for the winter, and these couplets can actually be chemically distinguished from one another. And the reason is because, as anybody who is familiar with ponds or pools is probably aware, if you live in a place that's seasonal, during the fall, tons and tons of leaves will end up in your pool or they'll end up in your pond. And if you don't fish them out, what ends up happening is they sink to the bottom where they collect as a layer of detritus. And the same thing happens at microscopic scales in these super mega lakes, right? And in these fjords. So detritus is for the winter, that's your darker band, and the lighter band is in the summer when not much stuff, because of the virtue of how seasonality works, there's not as much dead plant matter sinking to the bottom. And so you end up with these yearly couplets of like summer, winter, summer, winter. Like tree rings, you can count them. So these are your annual varves. This is sort of what I was just explaining. I probably should have had this one up here, but it's a nice little graphic to show you, plankton or leaves or whatever are going to create these darker colors. And then when they're absent, regular sand and things like that and iron will precipitate out of the water and it'll be much cleaner looking. And that ends up being worth 1 year or one set of seasons. There's this beautiful lake in Japan that they call Miracle Lake for this exact reason. It's called Lake Sugetsu. And it has a varve count record that when you core this lake and you pull it up, you can just count, like visually, again, no special equipment needed, back 31,000 years. And it is still, as far as I know, forming varves now. So the idea is that it's like, okay, we see these forming now. And if you take it back in time, you can go back 31,000 years. Unless something weird is happening, but I don't think anybody has ever put forward a way to get these seasonal patterns, right? To explain how you get these, really carbon heavy winter layers with these lighter colored summer layers and have those couplets repeat themselves 31,000 times. Varves are really useful too, because they preserve so well in these great sort of bodies of water, unlike ice cores and not unlike ice cores, but I should say unlike ice cores with the naked eye and unlike tree rings, you can go back even further. In the Dead Sea, there's this massive, massive sedimentary basin, and you can core it. And what you'll find if you core it is an absolute metric tons worth of varves. So the paper's there at the bottom, but they have this massive section that represents about, I'm trying to remember the meter count, a couple hundred meters, but it spans 220,000 years of time at the Dead Sea. And the way, again, that they differentiate these varves from just regular layers is they can test the individual dark layers and they find pollen and spores and microorganisms. And when they test them for the type of crystal formation, which this is like sort of need to know, but I think it's intuitive to understand that depending on the temperature, crystals of salt and crystals of sugar and crystals of ice are going to form slightly differently. Like their geometry is going to be a little bit different. So in this paper, they outline that halite is actually, it forms different crystal arrangements depending on whether the water is warmer, as in the summer, or whether it's colder, as in the winter. And they combine these halite layers and the crystal formations with the biological signals that they're getting from these darker layers, and they show this alternating pattern for what they propose is 220,000 years. You can take a look at this later if you're super interested in it. I think it's really cool. But it's important to note that this isn't This is different from Lake Sugetsu, right? Like this is a lake that exists now. In the case of the Dead Sea Varves, this is a dead lake. Like this is a floating timeline. We don't know where this 200,000 years of time fits unless we can consult other methods. So at present, we just know that there's 220,000 years worth of time there, but we don't know where it fits. Is it from the Jurassic? Is it from the Permian? Whatever. Hard to say. I mean, they know, but for purposes of our PowerPoint, hard to say yet. We can go even further back with Varves. At the Green River Formation, specifically at Paleo Lake Gosiyut, which I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, you can find, and there's to be clear, there's debate on the exact number, but my understanding is that you can find anywhere from 5 million to 8 million years worth of Varve couplets there. And the reason is because this Paleo Lake was this big, like, seasonal, evaporated, kind of miserable place to live where not much could live, just period. Like the Grand River Formation is known for wonderful fossils because it's an anoxic lake. And so things just die by the boatload. It was really a nasty place to be, but perfect conditions for laying down these annual Varves because there's just no turbidity. It's like a quiet, miserable, dead lake with tons and tons of Varves. The argument, again, is you can go back about 6 million years. So I want to stop and ask, could these processes have been faster in the past? Because again, that's for good science, we have to preclude that. For tree rings, I would say likely no. And the reason I say that is because historical records that we have for the tree rings that we have that map along, because remember, it goes back like 12,000 years. Well, 2,000 of that is written history. And we don't seem to have like uniquely excellent weather, which would be required for them to be doubling up. So I don't think that's possible. Maybe past the historical record, I'm not convinced. Ice cores, could ice cores have been possible? For it to be happening quicker? Again, I don't think so. And the reason is because, again, they're preserving these seasonal fluctuations. So if someone's trying to propose that these ice core layers could be deposited really, really quickly, for me to find that convincing, they have to be able to say, why are we alternating between dust clean, dust clean, dust clean, dust clean within, I don't know, like a year? You know what I mean? And the same problem holds for the Varves. Actually, for me, more so with the Varves, because these Varves aren't just preserving dust, they're preserving microorganisms and seasonal pollen and crystal formation that's dependent on the temperature of the water when they're fluctuating like this. So I feel comfortable in saying that for faster accumulation for the above, we would need to be appealing to unique conditions that I have at least not seen demonstrated in a lab or observed in the wild. So I would say that just accumulation rates alone is going to get us to about 220,000 years. We're saying the Earth is 4.5 billion. We have a long way to go. That's through basic tree rings, Varves, and ice cores, and that's 36 times-ish older than what Usher would have proposed. Geology is going to take us much further back in time. And here's some sort of clean pictures of Varves and ice cores that you can hopefully see a little bit better how this separation looks to the naked eye. So, sedimentary rocks. Okay, actually, I should pause and check. Are you good so far? Is it all making sense, at least the arguments?
Yes. I was going to say, if I concede all of that, I don't think you'd be content.
If what?
If I concede all of that and say, okay, the Earth is 220,000 years, I don't think you're going to be content.
No, I am not. That's why we've got a long way to go.
Okay.
So let's keep going. So sedimentary, because you're right. Like that's way shy of what conventional science is saying. But what I'm trying to do is work us up to it. So I'm trying to say, okay, like if we're like basic methods to complex methods, how old do we think it is? Just by like brute forcing it, right? Like let's assume best case, fastest scenarios. How young could we get it to be? You know what I mean? So we'll do sedimentary rock next. So sedimentary rock, right? Hopefully you've done this experiment. If not, it's really fun. You should do it with your kids. One of the first dates that my husband and I did was he was actually visiting me for the summer. We started dating before the summer of my sophomore year. I think it was my sophomore year. And I was trying to make one of these sediment jars. And so my dad told the story at my wedding. He rolls up home from work and Luke is sitting with me in our driveway and we're crushing chalk with hammers because chalk is really fine and we needed our fine upper layer for these sediment jars. And my dad was like, that's when I knew he was the one. So what this is a jar that you fill with different sized sediments. So you can go out, you can take a shovel, get a bunch of dirt from a bunch of different places in your yard, put it into a cup, and then fill the cup with water, and then shake it, and then watch it. And what you will see is that, all else being equal, coarser grained material is going to fall out of the water first and create a layer at the bottom. And then after that, it's going to be the next finest stuff, and then the next finest. And then the very last bit of stuff to settle out of that water is going to be the finest grain material at the tippy top. This is sort of the rule by which things tend to deposit, all else being equal. And that's an example of how sedimentary rock forms. If you do that for long enough, and again, you build these big columns, the stuff at the bottom is going to harden and cement, and then you come back in a couple 100,000 years or 10,000 years or whatever, and you got rock. Sedimentary rock is definitionally formed by the cementation of accumulated sediment that's been eroded and deposited in a new location. So all of that dirt and mud that you have, that came from somewhere else, right? It came from, a flood that happened here 100 years ago, or the wind gusted through and dropped a bunch of it off. Seasonal wind gusts bring a bunch of dust and sand and things like that. But how they actually layer out with relation to one another is dependent on a ton of different factors. I didn't know this. I was sleeping on the science behind like soil dynamics, but it turns out grain size, transport type, temperature, pressure, acidity, and turbidity, or like how fast the water or air is moving, all of that will impact the rate at which sediment is going to accumulate. So you can do this experiment with your kids, but instead of like you shaking it up and then leaving it, you can put it on one of those paint shakers, and this stuff's just never going to settle out, right? It has to be still for it to fall out and make these nice layers for you to see, at least in the case of these specific sediment types. What this is officially is the law of superposition. This was put forward by Steno, one of the first geologists. He's from around the time of Hutton and Lyell. And he basically says, in undisturbed layers of sediment, right, the layers that are lower down are older than the layers that are on top. It's a law in geology. And this is intuitive. If we look at this set of tracks at the beach, right, we know that this trackway here was laid down first. Somebody dragged their cooler from their hotel to the beach. And we know that it was laid down first because then somebody drove on top of that cooler drag mark, right? The car didn't come before the cooler, or the cooler mark would be above the car. The car came second. And then we know that somebody walked on top of those tire tracks. So we can create an order in which this happened. We know that cooler came first, followed by car, followed by person. The same logic holds for geologic strata. So I drew this cartoon here, but I copied a different sort of figure to demonstrate it. We can actually, just by the laws of superposition, tell what order these layers were laid down in. We know that A had to form first, followed by B, which is a magmatic intrusion. It comes up through, and then it cools, and then there's a massive amount of erosion that causes everything to be sort of ground down. Then we know that C, D, E, F, and G laid down on top of that. Then we know that one of the tectonic plates beneath their feet tilted and pushed everything up. Maybe there was a magmatic intrusion that caused this, but everything sort of tilts. More erosion, followed by H, I, and J, followed by K as an intrusion, and then K cools, right? That, according to the law of superposition, the details of how all of that happened is up for conversation, but just by virtue of how they're layered on top of one another, that has to be the order in which things occurred, geologically speaking. And this is sort of the, yeah, you go ahead.
I'm confused. Mm-hmm. This seems to contradict what you just mentioned on the last slide.
Oh, this is not a sideways look. This isn't like we're looking down at it. This is a sideways cut.
Yeah.
So in the same way, oh, go ahead.
I thought in your last slide you talked about settling, and the settling wasn't an age; it was a size of particles, right?
Give me a little more detail about what's not making sense.
Sure. Can you just go back to the last slide?
Yes.
Or the last section? Sorry.
Yeah, right here.
So this settling here is big to small, right?
Yes.
So that to me is an ordering that is irrespective of age.
So true. But what if you let this sediment in your jar dry, right? It dries completely, as in it's like you give it enough time to basically become like a clay. And
Okay.
then you pour more water on top of it and put new sediment in there. Do you think that this bottom layer is gonna it's not gonna quantum tunnel up through the other stuff? You see what I mean? It's
yeah,
like
I think I see where my confusion came. These
okay.
layers that you're showing here are all contained in each layer on the next slide.
Yes, or
Okay.
depending on the sediment type in question and like how it was deposited. But yes, this isn't meant to be a representation of the next slide. This is within each layer that
Okay,
grain
that makes
size
sense.
follows these rules. Okay,
Okay,
sorry,
great.
my bad.
That's
I
okay.
should have been clear. So basically, there's a logical. The whole point of this exercise is to show that there's a logical order to things that I think makes intuitive sense. With that in mind, we know that the environment, as in the world, is constantly changing. I was talking about how like you can come back to a river, 2 days after each other, and it's probably going to be the same river. That's mostly true, except when it's not, right? Like rivers do reroute sometimes. That's how you get oxbow lakes. Like oxbow lakes can form in a single person's lifetime, which is when a river reroutes itself and the water that was basically trapped there becomes a weird oblong looking lake. The Okavango Delta, which is a place that I would love to visit in southern Africa, regularly seasonally changes from this beautiful floodplain that's lush and full of animals to this dry hellscape where nothing can survive and there's very little water. And this happens every single year. On longer term, here's Lake Chad, which is a lake in the country of Chad in north central Africa in 1972 versus 2007, right? The lake is drying up. And as the lake dries up, the plants that live around this lake slowly start to die off, and you see what's called desertification. So if the environment changes, the critters that live within it, as we know, change too. So we can ask, why is the environment constantly changing? The reason is because the plates that we're standing on top of are moving all the time, very, very slowly. And the way that this happens is very similar to how you heat up pasta, right? Like if you put a bunch of pasta noodles, in hot water and you turn it on, the bottom water is going to get hot first because it's closest to the burner. And then it's going to start to rise. That's when you see the bubbles coming up. And as it rises, the cooler water falls. And so what you end up with is a convection cell. And as you've got this convection cell going, if you've got if let's say instead of pasta, you're looking at a soup with like peas and carrots and like little pieces of stuff in it, that stuff's going to get moved around as the water turns over on itself. That's how the plates move atop the mantle, because near the core of the earth where it's really, really hot, you've got like this dynamo effect. The magma gets super, super heated, right? And as it heats, it rises. And as it rises, the sort of down the way, right? Like as this magma rises up, it's further away from the heat source, and so it cools, and so then it starts to fall again, and so you end up with this magma in this convection cell, just like a big pot of pasta water, except you've got these giant plates of rock on top of them. And so what ends up happening is that the plates on top of the mantle get pushed and pulled in different directions, and that seems fine and dandy until you realize that all of the plates are going to crash up against each other depending on where and when they are. But the movement of these tectonic plates guarantee that everything is in flux always, right? Like it might be happening fast or it might be happening slow, but you cannot guarantee an environment will stay the same forever, forever, forever if it's on the surface, for sure. Now, thanks to chemistry and physics and paleontology, we can reconstruct environments of the past using consistent diagnostic characteristics today. So basically, like with our oxygen isotopes, because we know the ratio of oxygen 16 and oxygen 18, we know the implications that ratio has on temperature now. If we take an ice core that goes back 10,000 years or 20,000 years, we can look at the ratio then and get a decent idea as to what the climate was like then. If the logic holds, which I don't think there's a good reason to suppose that it doesn't hold. It's just isotopic ratios. General ripples, mentioned this one earlier, right? Like these specific types of ripples only form in these specific types of circumstances that we see today. So if we find them in the past, we can probably it's probably a safe assumption, although it is an assumption, to say that those environments were similar. Warm weather plants, right? Like we know that ferns don't grow in Antarctica, or at least you'd tell me if you saw them there. So it's like when we find warm weather plants in the fossil record, we can look at that and say, okay, where this plant grew was probably pretty warm. Footprint depth, right? We know that footprints will leave like your feet when you're walking along mud versus sand versus like clay. It's going to leave different depths depending on how hard that sediment is. And so footprint depth today can tell us a lot about what an ancient animal was walking on, depending on how deep those footprints were. Or like sand dune geometry, right? Like sand dunes above the water and sand dunes underwater are different. Like they form different geometries, at least insofar as we can tell today. So when we find these cross-bedding patterns in the rock of these ancient, effectively fossilized sand dunes, we can say, okay, this was above water or this was below water, if today's logic holds. And in single locations, we can watch ancient environments fluctuate up through the geologic column. So I love the Grand Canyon. I think it's really cool. If you go down to the Bright Angel Shale and you poke around for fossils, you're going to find worm burrows, fossilized worm burrows, and you're going to find trilobites. And if you go up, you're going to find those cross-bedded sand dunes in the Supai group, and you're going to find like terrestrial footprints. And then if you go up even further still in the Kaibab Formation, it's going to be all marine fossils again. It's going to be fossil corals and fossil shells and brachiopods and stuff like that. So what that suggests to us is that the Grand Canyon is demonstrating this marine transgression where the sea level rises and the water comes in, and the sea level lowers and the water goes out across very long periods of time. And that's based not just on like geologic clues, but also the clues of the animals that were living there. So most paleo environments have features that, as far as I can tell, necessarily require vast amounts of time. And we're going to talk about that next. So the first one that I want to talk about is limestone. Everybody who knows me knows I love limestone. I think it's really interesting. And this is what's going to bring us back to the cliffs of Dover. So most of the Earth's crust is sedimentary rock. And of that sedimentary rock, about 20 to 25% of it is carbonate rock. Most of that is limestone. Limestone is, all that to say, a very, very, very common type of rock. The white chalk cliffs of Dover are all limestone, and they're about 350 feet tall. Now, most limestone is marine limestone, which forms, like this is a sort of a critical concept. Marine limestone forms when little tiny microorganisms, plankton and diatoms and things like that, whose skeletons are made of calcium carbonate, die. And as they die, they precipitate out of the water and they accumulate on the bottom of the ocean floor. And as they stack through tens of thousands and then millions of years, eventually the weight, the pressure, and the time biochemically transforms them into limestone. Now, when I say transforms them, I mean it cements them together, because this is a chunk of rock from the White Cliffs of Dover. And if you look really, really closely, you can see a couple of like interesting looking structures. If you put that under a microscope, you'll see diatoms. This, according to the Allison Taylor NCW microscopy facility, is white Dover chalk. So this is that chalk from the cliff put under a microscope. Thousands and really billions, if not trillions, of tiny microscopic skeletons. This is what a diatom looks like alive, or that might be a coanaflagellate, I'm not sure. So it should be intuitive to appreciate that the speed at which these little creatures grow and live and die and accumulate is constrained not just by the life of those creatures, but also by the water temperature, because if it gets too cold, they can't live, by the pressure, by the acidity, and by the turbidity. Because like with our little shake-up experiment, if the water's really, really rough, when these guys die, they're not going to settle on the ground. They're going to stay in sort of in suspension. One of the fastest places today where limestone is currently forming, like we're watching it be laid down and form, is a place called the Bahama Banks. It's beautiful. I've been to the Bahama Banks many times. I think it's awesome. The snorkeling there is incredible. And truly, it is the fastest place limestone is forming at a rate of about 3 millimeters per year. That's about 3 meters or 10 feet every 1,000 years. This is the fastest that I was able to find in searching the literature that limestone is forming today. Now, you can make limestone faster than this, but it's not the same type of limestone. Abiotic limestone, which is formed from just the same chemical, but not the same microorganisms, can form way faster than this, right? In industrial settings and in labs and in caves. And that's because it's not composed of those microorganisms. It's not just that it has to fall out of the water. It's that the critters that make it up have to live and die, and they can't all live at the same time, or you're looking at a big sort of bacterial sludge. So what I did is I took that ideal rate of the Bahama Banks, and I was like, okay, let's look at some of like the biggest limestone formations in the world and see how fast we could get them to form. Dover is going to take 36,000 years alone. And that's using, again, the fastest rate for modern limestone. The Mauve and Redwall limestone is going to take, my little thing is covering it, the 252,000 years about. And the Dolomites, which have a mean height, which that's their mean height, their peaks that get taller, is going to take about 405,000 years. So, long time. According to geologists, and I found this in a book on the Grand Canyon, no limestone has ever been documented, and they're talking about marine limestone of these microorganisms, to form from floodwater, either in a laboratory or from field observations, not even in floods as massive as those which formed the channeled scablands in Washington state. Now, people have done experiments to try to get like mudstone to form really, really quickly. And these are really, really cool experiments that you can find videos of online, where they've got these big runner aquariums, and they like hook up these cameras and then they just pour sediment down, and the water's like still running, to see how quickly that sediment can actually lay down. Like, can they get it to go faster than our expectations? And the answer is yes. You can actually get mudstone, again, not limestone, but mudstone to form quickly, but it always leaves a trace of itself. So when mudstone forms quickly, it leaves these characteristic little pockets called floccules. So this is actually a way for us to tell, when we look at these past environments, if this rock, at the time sediment, formed quickly or formed slowly, based on the presence of these floccules. Supposedly, it applies to all alluvial environments and sedimentary rocks of this nature. So if the limestone that we have at like Dover formed quickly, which again, I would be skeptical on just because it is made of all those little critters, we should find these floccules in it. And to my knowledge, we don't. But that's just accumulation, right? Remember, rock making is a multi-step process. It has to, like, for a rock to form, it has to accumulate. So the sediment needs to layer on top of itself. And then there needs to be enough for it to start compacting. And when I say compacting, I mean, in normal soil, you've got this value, we call it porosity or porosity. But basically, it's the water inside the soil, and it's what gives it the squishy quality of like loamy soil when you're gardening, or like the softness of clay. That's because there's still water in it. If you want that clay to become rock, you got to get rid of the water. That's part of why a kiln works, to actually create ceramics. But when you layer all these guys on top of each other, they accumulate, they start to compact, and that water gets squeezed outward and upward, if memory serves. And then it can start to cement or turn into rock. So a guy named Scott Dunn, who's a soil dynamics guy, decided to do some math behind this. And he was like, okay, how fast could compaction or consolidation, that second step of squeezing all that water out, how fast could we actually get that to happen? And he came up with this big chart using what's called the Terzaghi's principle. Again, you use that a lot in soil dynamics. And he came up with ranges, depending on whether we're looking at fine sand or clay. Clay settles out and then squeezes water out the slowest. And the fine sand is the fastest. So here are the ranges for some of our biggest sedimentary rock deposits, and I provided a minimum and a maximum. So the North Sea, which is 1,200 meters thick, could be formed as quickly as 3,240 years, or it could take as long as 32,400,000 years. We got the Gulf of Mexico, Caspian Sea. But then I was like, I wonder if anybody's actually seen what these are made of, because the consolidation depends on the actual sediment. If it's fine sand, it can happen fast. But if we core all these things and they're not fine sand, then it's necessarily those older numbers, at least as far as the math shows. So I found this paper where they took a 300-meter core of clay from the Gulf of Mexico. That straight clay, that's going to be 81,000 years. We go back to our limestone, like the Mauve limestone and the Redwall limestone. We're going to give that about 202,500 years to compact. So here's a really interesting formation that sort of pulls all of these concepts together. The Capitan Formation, which is in the American Southwest, is an enormous fossilized reef. There it is at the tip top, right? It's sitting on top of this larger formation below it. Now, the Capitan Formation is really interesting because 1 million plus, I was that blew my mind. I was like, I didn't even know we drilled 1 million oil wells, period. But we have drilled over 1 million oil wells in this region, which means that we understand really, really well, like the geology of the Capitan Reef complex. The formation itself is a 610 meter long, or excuse me, meter tall coral reef. And what's weird about this coral reef is that it doesn't have any like coral in it. I say coral reef there, but that's just so you know what we're talking about. In actuality, it's all sponges and brachiopods and mollusks and microfossils. So what I did is I was like, how fast could we get that to form? If we use the fastest modern sponge growth rate, that's going to get you that full Capitan Reef complex in about 8,715 years. But anybody who scuba dives, especially regularly, knows that like, sponges don't really grow that fast. That's like the fastest rate that we've ever observed. And also, even this rate here of 3 centimeters per year, that's usually for like the first part of their life. But let's give it to them. Let's say 8,715 years, you get the whole Capitan Reef complex. Capitan, the reef, sits on top of 1,500 meters of limestone. So let's use our ideals from earlier. Again, we're using those Bahama Banks ideals. For 1,500 meters of limestone, it's going to take about 500,000 years to accumulate. And then to consolidate, it's going to take another 405,000 years. And that's not going to include the time for the reefs to actually grow or for that limestone to even cement. We haven't even touched the actual cementation process, which is another long geology thing. Now, those estimates that I've just given you, again, those are not like the actual ages of these things. These are the best possible rates using known observed rates of like limestone in general. But remember, sediment deposition and like how it layers on top of each other, it's influenced by a ton of different like aspects of chemistry and physics, temperature, pressure, acidity, turbidity, all of that stuff. And like, it's also not all that same type of limestone. So Dover, again, my favorite example, it's composed of chalk, which is specifically a very fine type of limestone. Our current rates for the deposition of chalk is that it deposits at about 1 meter for every 100,000 years. Again, this is because the organisms that make it up are living and dying. So that gives the White Cliffs of Dover, using that modern rate for instead of just general limestone, chalk specifically, that puts us at 11 million years. But we can look at the geochemistry of Dover and tell whether or not the conditions were ideal or not, and they were not. So the estimation for the formation of Dover is that it took between 30 and 40 million years to actually form. Now, other structures like the limestone at Grand Canyon, the dolomites, the sea sediments, El Capitan, things like that, these are not like all single columns of limestone. There's a lot of stuff going on in there that I've skipped over because it's more complicated. I'm trying to give sort of ideals using observed rates, but their actual age estimates take way more into account. So we'll do our check-in again. Could these processes have been faster? Accumulation of limestone, compaction of limestone, and cementation of limestone, I'm going to say likely no. And the reason I say is because these processes are limited by the chemistry and physics that exist today as we know it. And the Bahama Banks seem like an ideal like situation. Like limestone forms easiest in warm, calm waters where the water is not super acidic. And it's not like you're not having a ton of tides. The pressure is really low. You're like close to the surface. I don't think you can do much better than the Bahama Banks. And it's forming really, really slowly still there. Compaction, I would say the math is just not on the side of fast formation there. Like I haven't seen any way to get this compaction to happen faster in any realistic natural situation. And the cementation I can't even speak on. I didn't even have any examples here. So I would say I don't think that what we've just talked about could happen faster than the ideals that I've given it. Reef growth, I say likely no here. And the reason I say that is because the past 10,000 years have been pretty good, like pretty nice for reefs in general, like pretty mild conditions. I would say that arguably it's as ideal as it could get right now, but I don't know enough about reefs to say. So I'm willing to give a little on reef growth. For the most part, though, I would say for faster accumulation of the above, we need to be invoking unique conditions never before demonstrated in a lab or observed in the wild to make these processes that seem slow occur really fast. Questions on that stuff?
Let me think. I don't think so. No.
Okay,
Yeah,
stop
I'm
me if
gonna have to. I'm gonna have to do a lot of homework. Obviously, most of this is new to me, but it's
believe me.
definitely compelling. It's definitely compelling.
Believe me, I get it. I'm not a geologist, so when I first started digging into this, like whatever, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, I'm like looking up definitions for like what is deposition. So I get it. So I'm going to argue that on the basis of the chalk of Dover, just using those accumulation rates, like again, we can put aside all the details just for how fast chalk can settle out of water. I'm going to say minimum, we're looking at about 11 million years. That's not 4.5 billion, not even close. These selected sites that I've picked all have way older ages than the ones that we've just calculated. Why? What could possibly make people say, okay, it's not just older, it's a lot older? So again, the plates are constantly shifting due to the nature of the mantle. And what's really, really cool about this is that geologists knew this. Like geologists as early as Hutton, well, not as Hutton, I should say, but as early as like Wegener in the 1900s have known that like, okay, it looks like the ground beneath our very feet is actually moving. And since the acceptance of like continental drift / plate tectonics, we have developed GPS. And what's really cool about GPS, of course, is that we can measure how much the plates are moving, like to a millimeter, each individual plate every year. And so we can come up with a rate of how quickly the tectonic plates are moving. And this estimation that I pulled here from 2008, I believe, had a rate at about 2 centimeters per year, a mean rate of plates moving atop the mantle.
Let me throw something at you real quick. Can you just go back? Yeah, I just want to throw something at you so you know what's going on in my mind, and I'm curious if you have a gut reaction or if you want to just get back to me on it.
No, I want to have a gut reaction.
Okay. This is what's going through my mind right now. Let's assume, just for the sake of the conversation, that God exists, and let's assume that he created the earth. Okay?
With you.
Okay. I would imagine it's almost certain that he's going to create an earth that we can use and enjoy. The best example I can give, which kind of fits with what we're talking about, is sand on a beach. Okay? All these conversations we're having are assuming that these things started from nothing, right? And so I can't get into the mind of God, but what if he wanted us to have limestone to use for certain purposes? And so with sand on the beach, right? Like he's not gonna create people and be like, hey, you're gonna have to wait who knows how many millions or billions of years for parrotfish to eat the coral and poop out sand so that eventually you'll have a beach. He's going to create a beach. How do I deal with that in my mind of the possibility that God created these things because he wanted us to use them, but at the same time created them to replenish themselves as well so that we wouldn't use it all up?
Let me give you my theistic evolutionist answer to that, because I'm an agnostic myself, but I was a theistic evolutionist for many, many years. And I to me, a lot of this rested on a very, very simple argument. God's not deceptive. So when I hear that, I think, okay, I think of Romans 1:20. I think of the nature of, when I was theistic evolution, I thought of the nature of creation itself. And I thought it does not make sense within the character of God to have every single signal that we have that's still acting now tell us that the earth is very ancient. When I was still a theistic evolutionist, I had an old earth creationist come on my channel, Ken Wolgamuth, and he called his talk on my channel Creation Story. And what he argued, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit here because it's been some time since I had this conversation with him, but I really liked the way that he put it, even though I disagreed with him on evolution. We were in tandem on the age of the earth. And he said to me, he said, if God is responsible for the earth and everything on it, and these are the processes that seem to have happened, and time means absolutely nothing to God, is it a coincidence that the last 10,000 years have just been so wonderful and so mild, and this just so happens to be the time period in which humans thrive? Now, I disagree with that from a naturalistic perspective now, but I can see where he's coming from. He's basically saying time means nothing to God. And so he creates the earth using these natural processes so that we can understand them and make predictions about how they happen now to enrich our lives in the future, to be fruitful and multiply in the future by understanding the nature of the world that we live on and its actual history. And that he set this into motion, this is Ken's argument, that he set this into motion knowing that humans would emerge and begin to thrive right now in this 10,000 year beautiful interglacial period. That was his argument. From a naturalistic perspective, I don't think that the alternative, the idea that the earth is created mature, is falsifiable. I don't think it is at all. I don't think and as we're going to talk about it, it's only going to get more evident, right? Like down to the laws of physics that the earth is very ancient. So it comes down to two things for me. From my theistic evolutionist brain, God's not deceptive and wouldn't go to all of this trouble to make the earth say one thing when in actuality it's another. And my naturalistic brain says, I can't prove that everything wasn't put in place exactly like this right now last Thursday with all my memories in place. That's, to me, those two things are equivalent as far as can we prove them false? We can't. I mean, we might be a brain in a vat for all I know. That would be my gut reaction.
Okay, let me respond to that if that's okay.
Please.
I've heard this before. I hear it from my Christian friends. I hear it from my atheist and agnostic friends. I don't think it's a good argument. I actually
which one?
That it would mean God is deceptive. I actually ran it by my wife prior to our talk tonight because I didn't know if I would hear it or not. And one of the things I just love about my wife is she's actually objective. I think there's very few truly objective people today, and she is. So if you guys can find an objective person, get them as a close friend or a spouse.
Right.
And I was like, honey, is this a good argument? And she said, it's not. And that means a lot to me. So, in my opinion, thinking this through logically, it almost puts this idea. This idea is almost saying God is not allowed to create a beach that Adam and Eve can enjoy. If he created Adam and Eve, he cannot create a tree with fruit for them to eat. He cannot create starlight that they can see, because otherwise it's being argued that he would be deceptive and that would somehow be wrong. And I just don't. I don't think it's that much of a polar opposite situation.
I hear you, and I've heard that argument before. Omphalos. This is actually it's actually an older argument than you might think. This was an argument that was put forward as early as the first geologists, like Hutton, noticing that the earth does look really old. But I think it's only a theological answer, right? Like it only makes sense, right? It only makes sense if you presuppose that God exists, that's even on the table. You know what I mean? Like if you don't allow for God, it's not even on the table. If you do, then interpreting that comes down to, and this is where it really becomes sticky for me, your interpretation of the Bible, right? That's all it comes down to is how are you reading the text? Because your theistic evolutionist friends or your older friends or whatever, they read the same Genesis that you do, and they say, I don't think God would do that. I don't think that it's within his character. And I, again, putting my theistic evolutionist hat on here, I imagined at that point, my perspective was, I should say, that God is not the God of confusion. If this is all not actually old, that's confusing, right? Like that doesn't, he could do it that way, but he could also do it in that way without giving it the sign of age, right? Like it's like did Adam and Eve have belly buttons? You know what I mean? Which incidentally is where this argument first came from all those years ago. Now, that being said, Will, if at the end of this conversation, you say to me, I do think that the earth looks really old. It has the appearance of age. I can understand why people think it's old. I can understand why people suppose that it's 4.5 billion years old. But for theological reasons, I'm going to take a young earth stance. That's fine with me. I can't disprove that. you know, and actually to me, I'm giving myself a pat on the back because it looks old is all I'm pointing out here, right? Like all I'm trying to say is that everything that we have tells us that it's really, really old. And as you're going to see, this is down to the physical principles, because it's one thing, I would argue, it's one thing to say God created a beach for people to enjoy. It's another thing for God to have put isotopes in the rocks on that beach that are billions of years old. Like, he didn't have to do that. He could have made the beach with rocks that were young, that were new. That is not a good functional argument. That speaks to confusion for the sake of confusion, I would argue.
Okay, let me say two other things real quick.
Yeah.
When we can wrap this up, this part. I would agree there is a level that God would be considered deceptive in an immoral way. And let me explain what that is. That would be creating Adam and Eve with fake memories. So let's say they're biologically like 21 years old. If he created all these fake memories of a childhood and everything, that would be deceptive. But I don't think creating them with, like we talked about at the beginning, you know, their bones are formed, their skull is closed, their teeth are out. I don't look at that as a deception. That would be wrong. The other thing I'll say is this. Again, coming from this idea, which is just what's on my mind right now, from God's perspective, it might be more important for us to know how these things work, how the processes work, and how much time they take, because of the future is actually what's going to affect us, not the past. Understanding how fast limestone forms is going to be important if we're using limestone. But understanding the past doesn't affect us, I would argue, at all. So I could also see from that perspective why these rules and laws are in place and why we figuring them out actually does benefit us.
I have a lot of respect for you, Will. You know I do. But that feels like special pleading to me. That feels a little bit like, and I just want to give you where I'm coming from, right? Because I'm hearing you sort of respond to all of this stuff and ask really good questions. And it's clear that you take this seriously, this is why we're having this conversation. But that being said, when I hear this as a rebuttal, I don't think it is one. I think it's just like, well, God could have done it that way. He could have. I can't disprove that. But all I'm here to do is present what does the science say? Like, I would argue that in addition to, you know, there being utility and knowing how this stuff goes moving forward, that utility is contingent on that stuff actually happening. I would propose that there is a moral weight to giving fake memories to the earth. And I would propose especially that if within the rocks of that earth, we see, and that's, you know, I mean, you know where this is going. Eventually, I'm going to talk about human evolution and how these methods of dating things can show us that we see the emergence of what it is that we are now seemingly show up through this geologic time. I think, too, that it's really, really important to note that it's one thing to create something with age, right? That would explain beaches at Eden looking old, but the geologic column is proposed to have been created during the global flood. And the reason why it's been proposed to be during the global flood is because it's full of dead stuff, right? Like, unless the idea is God created a fake history of life as well within the geologic column, then either the column came into being post-Eden, post-creation, which the logical place to stick that would be the flood if you're a young Earth creationist, or it was created with dead stuff. And I don't think that has any legs. What that would mean is that all the changes that we see in that geologic column from the flood happened within the past 4,500 years, or within the year of the flood, right? Because that column formed during the flood. That's not at creation. The column with all the dead stuff in it is during the flood.
Right.
So if all of this stuff happened really, really slowly, then the flood took billions of years, or God artificially put it on fast forward. Do you see what I'm saying? How that doesn't make any sense?
Yeah, and
Okay.
you'll hopefully appreciate this. I would never argue that God planted fossils either. That
Yeah.
to me would be at the level of fake memories.
So then let me ask you a question. If I can show you that the fossil record contains 500 million years worth of history, really 600 million years worth of history, and it's full of dead stuff, would you concede that the Earth is at least 600 million years old?
If you could establish that age, of course.
Okay. That's what I'm going to do, if that's
Okay.
okay. Okay, cool.
Yes. All right.
All right.
Thanks.
Yeah, of course. This is what I want. I mean, like, that's fine. Like, these perspectives are good. All right. So we're talking about mountains first. The reason why I talked about these GPS coordinates is because they tell us how the continents are moving now, and we can take those directions back in time, right? We can take their current positions, how they've moved since we've been monitoring them, and then hit rewind using statistical analyses and all that kind of stuff to see where they were upon this trajectory, how they're interacting with one another, and then how that sets off the next domino. This is how we've been able to come up with estimations for the age of mountain ranges. So mountain ranges form when you've got a plate on the left and a plate on the right. Imagine those are my hands, and they slam up against each other, and the top portions of those crumple, and the mountain grows. We have estimations for the time based off of where they are now, their growth rates now, how long it would have taken for certain mountain formations to form. The Tetons, these guys are 7 to 9 million years old. The Rockies are thought to be about 25 million years old. The Drakensberg Mountains in South Africa, 20 million years old. Himalayas, 50 million years old. This is a cool one because they're still growing. The Urals or the Urals at about 90 million years old. The Appalachians at over 100 million years old. But like you'll notice, I've got the ages that it took for them to form on the left. And then in parentheses, I have another number. And that's the age that the mountains were thought to have started forming. How on earth do we place the Appalachians, which are proposed to be 100 million years old, 1.2 billion years ago, right? That's the next step. Mountain growth is well understood, but how do we know when this growth actually happened? So first, I want to give you a little corroboration. In addition to the plates that we have, right, with these GPS coordinates, we can rewind them and see where they were and how long they took to get there. We can actually confirm that by looking at how our fossil record maps across the continents. So we have fossil remains here. This little cartoon isn't as accurate as I would want it to be, but we have like Synagnathus, we have Mesosaurs, we have Lystrosaurus, we have Glossopteris, and we can take them and say, where are they found in the existing continents? And then we can press rewind on our current position of the plates. And what it's going to show is that when these guys lived, which are found all across the continents in these disparate places, the reason is because they were directly adjacent to one another when they lived, when Pangaea was a single supercontinent. In this case, there have been other such supercontinents. This is actually one of the pieces of evidence. Finding Glossopteris in Antarctica was one of the things that made Wegener go, oh my God, I think that these continents didn't used to all be in the same place, because why is there a fern? What is effectively a fern? I mean, it's not a fern, but it looks like a fern hanging out in the Antarctica. The ranges of fossil organisms make sense when we remember when they lived and how the continents were configured at that time. And you can do this with any set, like with any assemblage of like a widespread fossil critter and when it lived. A lot of these fossils that we have that like clock time, if you will, are called index fossils. And what an index fossil does, like the purpose of it, is that it can unite geologic formations all over the world. So basically, if I find a trilobite in one layer in North America and I find a trilobite in a layer in China, we know probably, if it's the exact same species of trilobite, that these guys, the formations that they're found in were probably from the same time. Now, we don't know how long ago that was, but we know that it was probably the same time. This was the original purpose of index fossils. To be an index fossil, you need to have lived for a limited period of geologic time, because if you're found all through it, then it could have lived at any time or at any place. It has to be like limited in its time frame. It has to be common, like trilobites or ammonites or brachiopods, things like that. And it has to be found everywhere. That's why usually they're ocean-dwelling critters. So, hold on just a second.
Do you know if the coelacanth was an index fossil?
The coelacanth is not an index fossil. A version of our modern coelacanth is found from the Devonian. It's a really, really old group of fish, but it's not the same fish. It's different. Not that different, because where coelacanths live is very much not subject to change, but it has undergone some, albeit very slow, change over time.
Okay.
All right. So here's the big stuff. We want absolute ages. I have given you a ton of examples of processes that take a long time, but we don't say that the Himalayas took X amount of time to form. We say they started forming X million years ago. We have a date, a start date. And especially for ones that are done forming, like the Appalachians, we can say they started forming billions of years ago, and they've been in their current form for 100 million years. How do we know that? This is where radiometric dating comes into play, or absolute dating, which gives us a numeric age for something. Radiometric dating, which is the method we're going to be talking about, relies on the constancy of one single law in physics. And it's a law in physics called the radioactive decay law. What the radioactive decay law states is that the probability per unit time that a nucleus will decay is a constant, independent of time. So put simply, in elements, unstable elements, or in samples, I should say, unstable elements will decay over time at known rates. This is a pretty critical concept, and I'm going to break it down much simpler now. But I will say that radioactive decay is super, super, super important in areas that have nothing to do with the age of the Earth, right? This is used in nuclear medicine. This is used in energy, right? It's pretty important that we know how this stuff works. So radiometric dating works like this. All rocks, or let's say we want to carbon date something. So we look at like a carbon sample, right? Or like an organic sample, I should say. All samples contain elements of the periodic table, and elements can be stable or they can be unstable. I think that's fair to say. Unstable elements, they quote unquote want to be stable, right? So unstable elements within rocks undergo decay, which is spontaneous. They will spontaneously decay into their more stable daughter product at a known rate, in accordance with the radioactive decay law. And the rate at which things decay is called a half-life. This is the amount of time that it takes for half of the parent material to decay into daughter product. So in this little chart that you see here, hopefully this will help break it down a little bit better. Let's say we're looking at carbon. We're specifically looking at carbon-14. Carbon-14 decays, right, at a pretty known rate. It's pretty important. Its half-life is about 5,700 years. So we start with 100% carbon. This is something that's just died. After one half-life, which is, again, a half-life for carbon, and we know the half-lives for many different elements. In the case of carbon, it's 5,700 years. So after 5,700 years, we are at 50% of the original remaining carbon, the time that it took for half of it to decay. Okay, let's wait another half-life. We wait another half-life here, and we are now at 25% the original carbon, right? So we've got 50% of 100 is 50, and then 50% of 50 is 25, and so on and so forth. And that's how you get this sort of asymptotic decay curve. Here is it a little bit more simply. Here's our original sample. These little dots represent carbon atoms, carbon-14 atoms in this guy. So we have a bunch of carbon-14 atoms, and the way that we measure the ratio of parent to daughter is of original material to the decay product, is the original material is the parent, and the daughter is the decay product. So we start, again, 100% carbon. It is all parent. All the dots are red. 100%. One half-life later, or 5,700 years later, we've seen the decay of half of this original parent material into daughter material. We go another half-life, we get another 50% off, and so on and so forth, until there is no parent left. So because we know, right, that when something dies, it goes from having all of its carbon-14 with regard to its ratio of carbon-12, 100%. And we know at the end, when there's no carbon left, after all of the half-lives, there's 0%. And we know the rate at which it takes for one half-life to elapse. Then we can take any sample and we can look at the ratio of carbon within that sample, like carbon-14 specifically, to estimate the age of that sample by looking at how much carbon is left. So if I pull out, let's say, we know like I said, the half-life of carbon is 5,700 years about. So let's say I go to Egypt and I find like a mummy and I want to radiocarbon date this mummy to find out when it lived. So I take a little piece of flesh of that mummy, and when I radiocarbon date it, it has 50% carbon-14 left in it. Well, I know that one half-life has elapsed because it's 50% carbon-14, 50% carbon-12, right? And since there's 50% left, I know only one half-life has elapsed. This thing's about 5,700 years. If there was only 25% left, then it would be about 12,000 years, and so on and so forth.
Okay, so I got a question about that.
Please, it's hard stuff.
I actually have a story about this. So years ago, I don't remember what year it was, but it was around the time of Mary Schweitzer and Jack Horner finding the biological material in the T-Rex femur. I was part of a group that raised money and offered a grant to Jack Horner to carbon-14 test the biological material that they had found.
Like the dinosaur.
I don't know. Yeah. And there's a recorded call somewhere people could probably find on YouTube that I actually called into the museum and asked for Jack Horner. And his response was, we won't take the money and we won't do the test because you don't carbon-14 date something that old. PhD Tony told me the same thing. This is to me not science anymore, when actually you do carbon-14 date biological material. That's literally what it's for. So how do I process that? Because that's stuck with me for years and years and years.
So let me ask you, did he explain any detail as to why they wouldn't radiocarbon date it? Or did he just say, we're not doing it?
Yes, he said he knows what the creationists will do with the results.
Okay. I wish he hadn't done that, because this was a great opportunity to explain why they didn't try to radiocarbon date it. I just saying that the creationists are going to run with it, that didn't stop Mary Schweitzer, right? Like when she did her soft tissue stuff, she had to know they were going to run with that. And then she turned around and dedicated her life into understanding why these soft tissues seem to preserve. And that's, in my opinion, how you should do it. But I can't tell you why he wouldn't explain to you why they wouldn't radiocarbon date it, but I can tell you why they didn't radiocarbon date it. Okay. It's actually the next slide.
Okay.
So radiocarbon dating, right? The way that it works specifically is really cool. So basically, carbon-14 forms in our atmosphere when cosmic rays from the sun knock a proton off of nitrogen-14 atoms. And then that gets incorporated into plants because plants consume CO2. So they get minute amounts of C14 into their little plant matter, into their leaves. And then critters eat those plants. So this, for the record, is why you can't radiocarbon date something that is alive. Because it's kind of like trying to figure out the time using an hourglass when you've got a faucet pouring sand into the top. Your carbon-14 doesn't start depleting until you're dead. You're continually replenishing it. So you have to die, no longer be incorporating that carbon-14 to actually get a ratio. So this is why you tend to wait. Once something dies and it's no longer being replenished, then you can actually look at that ratio, because the clock of that C14 that's in the system, it starts to decay and you can actually get an age for it. But the thing is, when it comes to radiocarbon dating, it has to be a biological material. Dinosaur bone, most of the time, actually I feel comfortable saying, of all the dinosaur bones, individual dinosaur materials that we have, period, in any given bone, a femur, a tooth, a mandible, a tail, single tail vertebra, whatever, 99.999999999, almost infinite, but not quite, of that fossil is rock. Right? There's very little original biological material in these fossils. There is original biological material in some of them. I think that's indisputable at this point. But it's such a small amount that if you wanted to radiocarbon date this thing, the odds that you're actually getting any of that biological material, period, even the appropriate thing to radiocarbon date, is very slim. Like, you can't just take the outside of a bone and radiocarbon date it, because it's a rock. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Now, that being said, there's actually a different, more complicated reason for why you don't radiocarbon date rocks. And the reason is very simply because you're going to get just an insanely like out there number of like amount of radiocarbon. Because as I said, radiocarbon is constantly being created in the atmosphere. There's background radiation in everything. In fact, when they radiocarbon date things in labs, a lot of times they have to use a diamond as a blank to try to establish what it looks like to have no carbon-14. And even then, there's still minute amounts of contamination there. What ends up happening when you do that is you end up with like let's say you have a really high def machine that can detect the finest amounts of carbon, but it always rounds up to 1%. If you have 0.000 a million zeros 1% carbon, then that machine can only round up to 1%. It's going to tell you there's 1% carbon in that thing. And then that's going to put it at a date of 60,000 years, when really that's not the case. It's being contaminated by cosmic rays that are giving it the tiniest little amount of carbon, and that's what the machine picks up on. But actually, there's even more reasons, there's even more ways than that for carbon to get into stuff. So what Jack Horner, in my opinion, should have said is, let me sit down with you and explain how carbon dating works. We can carbon date it, and we will get a number for it, but the number will be meaningless, and here's why. That's what I think he should have done. And then we can talk about soft tissue here at the end. Does that make sense?
Yeah, what does carbon-14 dating work on?
Carbon-14 dates on organic material, so like biological material, that is under the age of 60,000 years, give or take. And the reason for that is because that's when there's still regular carbon in organic material for a really long time. But we're looking specifically for this rare carbon-14 isotope. That's because it's the unstable one. The carbon-12 is stable. It'll stick around for a long time. But 14, that's all gone by 60,000 years.
Yeah, I'm just saying, what if there's these issues that you're talking about, so what does it work on? Like, what could we date?
You would want to radiocarbon date materials that are relatively protected from the elements, that are independently shown to be within the proper age range. So like tree rings, for example, which we're going to talk about in a minute. Human history, like as far as we know, there's no indication that humans were writing stuff down, like in manuscripts and things like that, older than, I don't know, 8,000 years, 10,000 years. So like we know that any written history stuff on papyrus and things like that is going to be within the appropriate age range. And when I say appropriate, I mean we can check that with historical records. You can check it by using other radiometric dating that isn't at risk of being contaminated. So like this is just radiocarbon. Argon, or uranium lead, that doesn't have this problem. So you can use those methods, or uranium thorium, I should say, to say, okay, this thing is within the age range. Now we can get a finer tuned, because the way that carbon dating is useful is that it gives you a pretty precise measurement if it's within that age range. So you use these other methods to figure out where it falls generally, and then you can use radiocarbon dating on it.
Okay.
I'm going to give you
some more.
Yeah, I'm going to give you some examples of where radiocarbon dating has worked beautifully here in a second.
Okay. Great.
All right. So how does radiometric dating typically work? Typically, but not always, we use igneous rocks, or like those new volcanic rocks. And the reason why we use volcanic rocks is because just like when you die, that starts your carbon-14 clock. When a rock is heated to a high enough temperature, it restarts whatever radiometric clock is within it with its relevant elements. Because superheating is just like this what's the word I'm looking for? Like a chemical reset, for lack of a better word. So igneous rocks are always formed, or I shouldn't say always, they're like virtually always formed with beginning all parent and then decaying into their daughter material over time. So when an igneous rock forms, it contains almost all parent, and then it starts to cool, and as time is passing, that parent material is decaying into daughter material. So here's a little graphic that I found online. We have hot magma, the minerals form themselves, that's the start time, and then 1 half-life for our igneous rock, 2 half-lives, and so on and so forth. And the way a half-life is determined is by direct observation, right? Like we can watch small amounts of decay happen, even for stuff with incredibly long half-lives in the lab. So we can go out and take a sample of igneous rock, and then we can use a mass spectrometer, which is just a big fancy machine, to find the current ratio of that rock of parent to daughter material for what other type of element we're looking at, right? Like we can look at argon-argon, the relationship of more stable argon to less stable argon. We can do uranium-lead. You could use uranium-thorium, and so on and so forth. And by finding that ratio of the unstable to stable with the known half-life, we'll get an absolute age for that rock. But that is not the question. The question isn't, can we radiometrically date things? The question is, does it work, right? We can compare the accuracy of radiometric dating to other independent dating methods. And if they agree, then we can be pretty dang confident that that's the real age of whatever it is that we're looking at. So I was very glad to hear at the beginning of our talk that you found the Varves, ice cores, and tree rings to be compelling, because what I want to do now is I want to compare radiometric dates of ice cores, tree rings, and Varves to the actual count numbers, because scientists have done that. So let's do carbon dating first. This graphic here, all of this comes from Davidson and Wohlgemuth. Again, Wohlgemuth he's an old earther, so he was I had him on the channel once before, and he did this paper all the way back in, I think the first draft was from like 2012, but the draft that I'm pulling from here is from 2018, 2019. So what him and Davidson did, geology guys, is they first took the expectation of how much carbon should be in each of these tree rings. Because remember, I told you that those trees are subfossils. There's organic original material in there, and they're locked away in the core of the tree. They're really safe from contamination. You can carbon date those, and they're all under 12,000 years old. Perfect opportunity to test the veracity of carbon dating here, right? So first, we set up our expectation. This curve here is the same curve that you saw back here, just a different version of it, that shows the expectation of carbon decay over time, given a half-life of about 5,700 years. Now, carbon can fluctuate a little bit in the atmosphere. So what they did is they said, okay, we're going to give it a little bit of wiggle room, but not much. We're using the expected range of carbon-14 values for samples that they've pulled directly from the literature. And then that is if our tree rings that we radiometrically date fall within that bracket, what that tells us is that the tree ring count, by physically counting them, matches the age that we got from radiocarbon dating those same rings. This is what it looks like, or this is what it should look like, I should say, if this method fails. If this fails, then the tree ring count should fall way outside that band of carbon expectations. It should fall above it if the tree rings were maybe depositing more than one ring per year, and it should fall way below it if the carbon-14 was actually way lower in the past. We know what we should expect to see. So here are the actual results from their work, where they took the real counted tree ring data and they carbon dated the individual rings of these trees. And what it shows us is that the tree ring count to like pretty tight. Obviously, there's some fluctuation here. Like it comes close a couple of times to falling outside of the range, but this is statistically not possible if carbon dating doesn't work at least a little bit. The tree ring dating and the carbon dating match. But we can do better than that, because remember, I told you Varves have organic material in them too, all that dead stuff that accumulates inside those Varves. So let's include them. So at Lake Sugetsu, that Japanese lake, Miracle Lake that I told you about, you've got 31,000 Varves, supposedly. I think it's pretty fair to say that they do. But our tree ring count does not go back that far. Our tree ring count goes back like 12,000, and then the Varve count goes back 31,000. Fortunately, there is a range of overlap between the latter, like between some of these tree ring sort of dating columns and the Varves with regard to the specific year that they deposited, right? Because the tree rings are going from now till 12,000 years ago, the Varves from now till 3,100 years ago. We've got about a 5,000 year overlap depicted here in figure 8. So what we can do is we can take the radiocarbon dates now from the Varves, and we can compare the Varves to where these tree rings and we compare the carbon dates from the Varves to where the tree rings and the Varves overlap. So in figure 9 here, you can see we have our tree ring count and our Varve count right where they overlap. This is just a close-up of what we saw in figure 8 here. And our carbon data, our tree ring and Varve data, both right where they overlap here, falls directly, smoothly within our expectations for the carbon dating. Again, so not only does carbon dating Varves match with the Varve physical count, but it matches the tree rings, and then the tree rings and the Varves match each other, which is really, really, really powerful evidence that these methods work. But we can do even better than that. We can take ice cores and radiometrically date layers of ash from within those ice cores, and we can see if that matches our count along those cores. The reason I say this is because, or the reason this is useful and why I say ash layers is because, as you're probably aware, Iceland is always erupting. And when these Iceland volcanoes erupt, they spew ash all over Europe. Like, even though it's fine amounts, it gets all over the place. And these ash layers are recorded in these annual ice core accumulations up in Greenland. And so we have these marks of where these ash layers are. We can radiometrically date the ash layer, and then we can count the ice core layer above and below the ash layer and see if they match. And they do. This one's a really cool one, and I think you as a flat earth buster will really appreciate this. So as everybody knows, there are these things called Milankovitch cycles, and this is basically the eccentricity, the obliquity, and the precession of the Earth. It's how the Earth orbits the sun in shape, how it wobbles, and how it's tilted. And what this does, as I think you're aware, but I'm going to explain it just in case people in the audience might not know, is this impacts seasonality. And because it impacts seasonality, right, depending on where the Earth is in its eccentricity, obliquity, and precession, it changes the power and strength of summers versus winters, depending on what's angled directly at the sun. As you can see in this figure here, this means that oxygen isotopes, which are, remember, those guys are recording temperature. Temperature is impacted by the sun. And so oxygen isotopes are going to reflect, if this is actually as old as we say it is, where the Earth is in its Milankovitch cycle. Now, where can we go to find protected oxygen isotopes, like other than the Antarctic and Greenland? We can go to caves, because groundwater actually captures. Remember, we were talking about how there's heavy oxygen 18 in the water when the 16 is getting evaporated up. So groundwater seeps through the ceilings of caves heavy, and it starts dripping, and it accumulates in these little stalactites and stalagmites that you can actually measure and see layer by layer. So here's a little cross-section of a stalactite or a stalagmite. You can see these individual layers deposited supposedly annually. And what we would expect, and I'm going to pause to make sure this makes sense before we go on. What we would expect is that in the northern hemisphere and in the southern hemisphere, the caves should reflect opposite patterns. Because when the southern hemisphere is getting really warm, the northern hemisphere is going to get colder in comparison. And so that should reflect in the groundwater, in the oxygen isotopes of the groundwater of these caves. So we should see an inverted signal in caves from the south as compared to caves from the north. And that's exactly what we see. So these are oxygen 18 signals from caves in Brazil versus in China. Brazil being in the southern hemisphere, China being in the northern hemisphere, and they're perfectly in time with one another, recording the eccentricity and the precession and the obliquity of the Earth across hundreds of thousands of years. But that paper's from a while ago, and today John told me about a paper from 2025 that incorporated isotopic carbon, not carbon-14, other carbon, more stable carbon, isotopic carbon in cave features, Mediterranean tree pollen, marine cores, which were dated using carbon and argon dating, and the atmosphere taken from ice cores, that oxygen from the ice cores. And all of these methods independently converge on the same pattern of oxygen fluctuation, which means they're reflecting real hundreds of thousands of years of the Earth moving in space as it tilts towards and away from the sun and as it wobbles on its axis. What's cool, and what I didn't know about this, is that since our x-axis here is the age, what they actually did too, just to confirm that they were capturing a real age signal here, is for these cave data, which are here on the top by my cursor, those sort of rainbowy data, they also radiometrically dated those. And they fall perfectly in time, not just with one another, but with the expectation in the ice cores and in the marine cores, which that's like 5 different methods of radiometric dating, ice cores, cave deposit accumulation, and tree pollen, which they shouldn't agree if we're not picking up on something that's real here. We can also compare radiometric dating's accuracy to the movement of the plates. Because remember, we know how the plates are moving. Now, what's cool is that part of why the plates are moving is because, as I said, they're sitting on top of the mantle. And there are portions of our mantle or portions of our Earth's surface where that mantle, where the crust is pretty thin. And this is where magma is sort of welling up. And in these areas where magma is welling up, new seafloor is being created. So the magma wells up at this big seam on the mid-Atlantic ridge here, by my cursor here on the right. And as the magma wells up, it's cooled by the seawater, and then the magma below it pushes it. Very slowly over time, we see sort of like a conveyor belt, more ocean floor being created here at the mid-Atlantic ridge as these plates are moving apart. What's really a great opportunity here then is we can radiometrically date samples closer and then further away from that seam. We can go 1, 2, 3, we can go 1, 2, 3, we can go 1, 2, 3, and we can see if they match. Now, that figure on the right there is the estimates of where the continents should be, or the estimates of the age of the continents, of the age of the samples, based off of how quickly the plates are moving apart, versus the radiometric dates that we got for them. Now, if they agree, then they should fall on a line, a perfect linear regression through the middle of the age of rates based off of satellite and the radiometric dating rates. And it is almost spot on. Every single one of these dots, with the exception of this one and this one, are touching that line. And that's from this Robbins et al. Paper. We've done the same thing with Hawaiian Islands, which is this figure here on the left, where we're comparing the increasing distance from the volcano and then the radiometric date using potassium argon. So what that's telling us is that the speed at which the plates are actually moving matches the dates of those plates. Of course, they corroborate each other as well, because I've been talking about radiocarbon versus ice cores or versus tree rings. Well, we can also take events and we can say, okay, we're going to use multiple different methods of radiometric dating to see if they agree. Because potassium argon and argon and uranium lead, these are all radiometric dating methods with really long half-lives. They should agree. And lo and behold, here is a series of dates using, I think, 4 different methods, 4 different samples on, here we go, sorry, that's my dog. This is 187 specimens from the time of the dinosaurs, from right prior to the extinction event, from 4 different locations using 4 different methods, and we yielded an age range that was within 3 million years of itself, which is that's pretty tight at these age ranges, especially considering the actual half-lives of these elements. So what this tells us is that this is a pretty good corroboration of these radiometric methods with each other in addition to independent methods. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't assumptions with radiometric dating. There absolutely are. There's some conditions that have to be met for these radiometric dating methods to work. One, we need to know the starting parent-to-daughter ratio. That would be there. Then we need to know the ending ratio, which is here. And then we need to know that the decay rate is constant. That would be this. Methods also need to be used appropriately. For example, you can't use argon-argon radiometric dating techniques on brand new volcanic rock for reasons we're going to talk about in a second. And the ratios also need to be accurately measured by us because we can screw up too. Luckily, we can test all of these assumptions. All right, first of all, do we know the starting and ending percentages? We do. We know that at the beginning, based off of lab experiments on isotopes and our observations of real rocks forming now, we know that typically when an igneous rock forms, it's mostly or all parent, and then it ends with all daughter, all stable product. There's some igneous rocks. So here's a picture here that shows a couple of different decay chains and how long they take. So it's crazy how in the uranium to lead decay chain, at least uranium-238 to lead-206, there's so many little half-lives in between, and some of them are really, really short. We can see this in a lab. So knowing the starting and ending parent-to-daughter ratios, I think that's a fair assumption to make, especially because this matches everything that we actively observe. Here's the biggie. Is the decay rate constant? Now, I think that this is a dramatic yes, and I'm going to tell you why. Artificially speeding up or slowing down nuclear decay in general would be a massive boon for our energy industry Because of this, scientists have been trying for decades and decades and decades to speed up the process. Extreme alterations in temperature, pressure, and gravity, irradiation, electromagnetic field exposure, and high energy particle bombardment, which are all conditions that would be lethal to life on Earth, altered the decay by a maximum of 1.5%. And that was many years ago. I think they've kind of given up the ghost on that one. We can also artificially strip electrons off of elements, right? Or off of atoms. But the problem is all of what I just mentioned is like, goodness, my dogs are going crazy. All of what I just mentioned are effectively mimicking the interior of a star with the amount of heat and pressure and radiation that it takes to do even just a tiny bit of a change. Like the tiniest, ittiest, bittiest little bit of a change takes everything we've got. Not to mention, and we'll talk about this in a second, but accelerating the nuclear decay, even if we want to say, could God have done it? Like put on, like go the theist route and say God could have accelerated it. He could have, but that's going to have some dramatic consequences that we'll see in a second. So assumption number three, the methods need to be used appropriately. So for general radiometric dating, you shouldn't be using methods that have a really long half-life on brand new volcanic rock, because if the half-life is billions of years, there's no daughter to measure if it erupted last week. Attempts to do so are going to result in noise. It's basically like trying to weigh a grain of sand on a scale for trucks. You're just not going to get an actual answer. And sometimes when I've talked to creationists about this in the past, the answer has been like, well, that's convenient. It's convenient that we can't radiometrically date things of known age, right? But the good news is we can. We can radiometrically date things of known age, like historical eruptions, including recent volcanic eruptions, as long as it wasn't last week and it was actually like 100 years or 1,000 years ago. And I'd like to point out, this is a picture that I took from the Creation Museum. These are not volcanic eruptions that happened thousands of years ago. These are all within the past 500 years, which is why it's not surprising that none of them worked. So here's my favorite example of radiometric dating working really well. We all know that around 79 AD, Mount Vesuvius blew its top and destroyed like Pompeii and Herculaneum. And this was documented by the Romans. Pliny the Younger specifically was like, yep, it's toast. Do not go to Pompeii again. Game over. That thing is no longer there. And we've got, again, a great historical record for this. It's really cool to see. I've been to Pompeii. I think it's awesome in a sort of gruesome kind of way, because you've got all these casts of people who were just immediately by this big pyroclastic flow basically entombed where they stood, some of them with their limbs up and out. So in 2007, scientists were like, let's radiometrically date like some of this material, some of the rocks from the Mount Vesuvius eruption, because it's been, 2,000 years, about 2,000 years. We should be able to get a date using the argon-argon method. And they got the calendar age. They got 79 AD for this eruption. I think that's pretty important. I've never really seen this addressed. We can do radiocarbon dating the same way. It's, as I said, it's best used on material up to about 60,000 years old. This is because of carbon's short half-life. But samples have to be really well understood prior to dating them because of all the ways that carbon can be reintroduced to a system. So I talked to you specifically about like cosmogenic radiation causing problems, but like here's just a list from a paper by Center in 2020 of just some of the additional ways in which new radiocarbon can be added to old bone. So to radiocarbon date a sample, like with knowing absolutely nothing about it, it's kind of a worthless answer, because if any of these things could have been into play. Now you could do it if you could exclude all of these, but that's going to require, it's not as double blind as you might like it to be, because you have to know a little bit about where it came from so that it's not been contaminated. Just as an example, I did an investigation into a couple of like bad radiocarbon dates that I've seen. One was a piece of wood that was found in some basalt. Like the wood was dated to quite young, even though it was found within basalt that was like millions of years old. But you can see just looking at the picture from the paper that the wood is seated like in a super cracked drill core, just exposed to groundwater and nearby coal seams and volcanic gases and cosmogenic radiation. There's like a lot of opportunities here. That's not to say it was dated wrong. It's just to say we can't know because the sample's really bad. Likewise, for whatever reason, certain bacteria love growing on coal. And so if you don't guarantee that the sample that you've taken of this coal is free of bacteria, which if you don't know where the coal came from, you're not going to screen it for that. You're going to get an erroneous answer there too, because you're going to be radiometrically dating the bacteria. And that's a paper where you can see it. This was a dinosaur bone that has been proposed, a dinosaur bone that was proposed as something that maybe we should radiometrically date by a young Earth creationist named Mark Armitage. But in his own publication on this horn, he talks about how there's plant roots like boring through this thing and fungal hyphae and insect remains that are all crawling over it. Like you're not going to be able to find a clean chunk of carbon to actually date in this thing. So you could do it, but you'd need to be really careful. Another example of like radiocarbon dating that we've done that I thought was really cool is like those Icelandic eruptions. They don't just leave ash in Antarctica and in Greenland, or not Antarctica. They don't just leave ash in Greenland. I hope the ash isn't getting into Antarctica. They're leaving it all over Europe, which means that they're preserving these big columns of sediment that just are slashed with this ash from volcanic eruptions. And we can actually radiometrically date the tephra or the areas surrounding the tephra. And sure enough, they match the historical ages that we have for these dates, because some of these happened within the past couple of hundred years. Right? Now, to be clear, they're not dating. This is radiocarbon dating here that they're doing. So this is radiocarbon dating organic material within the tephra or adjacent to the tephra, which is why you can do it in the recent past. So this is a great example of like, if you want to radiometrically date volcanic rock, you can't use carbon dating because there's no carbon in it, but you can radiometrically date a sufficiently old volcanic eruption. If you want to date recent volcanic eruptions, you have to find tephra that are by organic material, and then you can just radiocarbon date it, assuming that you're taking all the proper steps and that you're coring into a specific piece of detritus, not like a collection of them, or you're going to get erroneous ages.
What was being used on the last slide? What kind of dating? On
this one?
Yeah.
This is radiocarbon.
Okay, so I'm a little bit confused. I'm confused.
So
why are we saying a tree is just a perfect sample to carbon date? We don't have to worry about contamination, but a dinosaur bone isn't. And like here I see it's exposed, there's roots. Like, why? I don't get it.
Think of the nature of a tree, right? Like inside a tree, it's extremely protected. I don't think that that's hard to see. You know, I mean, you're coring into it and you're pulling it out. My understanding is that what they're radiometrically dating here, when they radiometrically date like sediments like this, they're not coming up to this and taking a spoon and scooping some of that ash and then going and radiocarbon dating that. They're isolating very specific pieces of biological material and then taking a protected piece of that biological material within this and radiocarbon dating that.
So maybe they're taking a core?
I don't know if I would say it that way. I'm not an expert on tephra dating.
Okay,
I'll
ask John.
Ask John. Most of the stuff that I date or that I work with that has been radiometrically dated is using that argon-argon. So this is like probably too much information, but in the case of this tephra dating that we're using carbon on, they're not dating the ash. They're dating the organic layers associated with the ash. Where I work in Eastern Kenya, we are literally dating the crystals within the ash, but we're not radiocarbon dating it. We're using the method for inorganic stuff. John will be able to explain it better, so ask him.
Okay.
Another great example, again, from Davidson and Wolgemuth here, is that for like a known age of something, is the Dead Sea Scrolls. I mean, look at the Dead Sea Scrolls. They were so immaculately preserved away from the elements, away from like damage and contamination in sealed jars in caves. This is an example of something that you can very well radiometrically date because of how it's prepared and how it was preserved. And sure enough, when we radiocarbon date these Dead Sea Scrolls, they're dated to about 107, 335 BC, which was a big boon for Christians because this is before Christ's death. And Isaiah 53 is proposed to have a reference to Jesus Christ in it. So that it was thought to be a pretty important like corroboration of the death of Christ, or of like a prediction or a prophecy, I guess would be a better word. In this same figure by Ken and Davidson, you can see that they also did an argon-argon date that falls directly in line with our expectations of the carbon and the tree rings and the Varves. I would be remiss to talk about radiometric dating and not mention its importance to the energy industry. So radiometric dating is used to basin model. Basically, when you're trying to figure out where to drill at a new site, you need to know when that site was formed. Because if you don't know when it was formed, you might be drilling in like limestone or something like that, like with no oil, or sandstone or something like that. So radiometric dating is used in what is effectively a $500+ billion annual industry to find fossil fuels. Here are some sources that you can read from like petroleum geologists who talk about, like, in these published papers, methods of radiometric dating and basin modeling. I think it goes without saying that if this method didn't work as far as like finding the correct age for things, because the age is directly correlated with big like coal seams when these ancient carboniferous forests were in existence and things of that nature, it would not be used if it didn't work. I just like to mention that. So radiometric dating, yeah, go ahead.
There's a PhD geologist who's a young Earth creationist who worked in the oil and gas industry. I don't understand his stuff. I've looked at it very briefly, but he claims that, you know, all the data he collected somehow supports young Earth. I don't know.
I know of, if I'm thinking of the right person, I think I know who you're talking about. There are a handful of geologists who are young Earth creationists. In my experience, and I can't think of an exception off the top of my head, they rarely formally studied the thing they're criticizing. So if he's an oil geologist, right, there are a bunch of different jobs that you can have as an oil geologist that have nothing to do with radiometric dating. That would be my guess. You know, I think if you want to talk about, like, I think if you want to debunk something, that should be your area of expertise.
Sure.
For the record, and this is something that I'll repeat later, you know, I study human evolution, so I study the hominin fossil record. There is not one PhD, young Earth creationist or old Earth creationist who studies what I study. And It's a pretty big, it's like a decent sized field. There's not one. It's one of the only fields that has no young Earthers in it, and no old Earthers. And the reason why I think is pretty obvious, and hopefully it will be to you when we get there, but like, the hominin fossil record is so robust that I can't think of a way in which you could look at it and come away with, like, at the very least, there's really, really good support for this. But that's neither here nor there for today. So radiometric dating, the sum, in conjunction with independent methods, gives us an absolute age for the geologic column. And that's the International Chronostratigraphic Chart there from 2020. It's a beast to look at, but I'm trying to find you can't even see. For the record, the period of time that I study is here, the Miocene, and it's got like a million different subgroups to it, as they all do, and looks right to me. All right, we got to do our check-in. Could these processes have been faster? Tectonic plate movement, the movement of those plates to create those mountains and things like that. I would argue not just likely no, I would say they couldn't have been. While the speed of the plates can vary a little bit, generally, the faster you're moving, and you can test this for yourself by taking your hands and rubbing them together, the faster something is moving across the surface, the more friction it's generating. And the problem with taking what we see as billions of years worth of movement of these plates and making it faster is that it's going to generate amounts of friction that are going to vaporize the granitic crust of the Earth like a couple dozen times over, maybe a dozen times over. This number here, 10 raised 28 joules, that's a lot of energy. That was like calculated by a young Earth creationist, and the guy who proposed catastrophic plate tectonics. And he's like, I don't really know how we're going to get rid of that heat. We got to move the plates, but I don't know how we're going to get rid of the heat. Open question. And I would say too, there's not a mechanism to start moving those plates in the first place. Like, remember, the dynamo effect in the core of the Earth is what's causing these convection cells. And so I don't know what would have to happen. I would want to see how you propose that it kickstarts at all as well. I also have a big no as far as the oxygen isotope fluctuations. And the reason is because the signals, those matching signals that we saw, those aren't reflecting like geologic processes, really. I mean, they are a little bit, but mostly what they're reflecting is seasonal changes and climatic changes as a result of the Earth moving in space. So in order to explain those and say that those actually happen faster, I think you're going to have to propose a faster eccentricity, obliquity, and precession of the Earth. And I don't know how that would happen, because we have historical records from like people looking at the stars and have had those constellations like since the Egyptians, and they're virtually the same constellations that we have today. Like there's a little bit of change, but not the kind of change you would need to explain hundreds of thousands of years of signal. For faster accumulation of the above, unique conditions that have never been demonstrated in a lab or observed in the wild would be required. So what about radioactive decay? It is worth mentioning that what your inclination was earlier, Will, about the rocks looking old, that's like a pretty common perspective from a lot of young earthers that I see, specifically the RATE team. So I know you're familiar with the RATE team because I heard you mention them with PhD Tony. I've read their work because I make it my business to know what young earth creationists think, because I want to know what they think. And what the RATE team concluded at the end of their initiative is that we have a ton of radioactive decay that has occurred in the rocks. Specifically, they say the magnitude of the nuclear decay indicates that, independent of initial conditions, the equivalent of billions of years worth of nuclear decay has occurred during Earth's history. So they're like, these things look like a lot of decay has happened. This is why I'm saying like created old doesn't work for me, because it's very clear that even the laws of physics are saying that like, okay, this, insofar as physics itself can record anything, these rocks they look really old. So the way that RATE solved this is they said, okay, these old ages can be explained because during the flood, the decay sped up. This involves the acceleration of the known rates of decay for the geologic column. Because, and this is why I was excited to talk about this, they propose, as you did earlier, that maybe all of the non-fossil bearing rock is actually created old. Why wouldn't God do that? I don't think they use the example of a beach, but they say, okay, if it doesn't have fossils in it, it was created to look that way. But if it has fossils in it, it has to have actually occurred during the history of humans, because God wouldn't create rock with dead things in it. And so they have to explain 500 to 600 million years worth of the geologic column and all of those old dates within that rock. So to do that, they're like, okay, the decay sped up. Now, why it sped up, there's disagreement. It doesn't really matter why it sped up, as I'll explain why I think it doesn't matter here in a second. But they were like, okay, it's for whatever reason, though, it did speed up. And actually 550-ish million years worth of decay happened in the single year of Noah's flood, which was itself very catastrophic. This is not possible. Physically, this isn't possible. And the reason is because if you accelerate the nuclear decay, you have a heat problem. When those elements decay that I talked about earlier, they release a little bit of heat every time. On long timescales, it doesn't matter. And we know it doesn't matter because we observe this heat release today. That's how we know how much heat it releases. We observe it on microscopic scale and then also as a whole. But 500 million years worth of decay occurring in just a single year is equivalent to 1.86 times 10 raised 29 joules of energy. I did the math myself for this. This is the energy equivalent to 4.45 times 10 raised 13 hydrogen bombs, which if you take a look at how many cubic kilometers actually exist in the Earth, this is equivalent to, I should say, every single cubic kilometer of Earth getting the amount of heat from 44.5 hydrogen bombs individually. Like you're detonating 44.5 hydrogen bombs in every cubic kilometer of the Earth. That's how much energy and heat we're talking about. I'm not saying that's literally what would have happened. I'm saying that's just the sheer amount of energy that you would have to have released in a single year. And that's not the only source of heat either. So as I said, moving the plates takes a lot of energy. And I should be clear, a lot of the numbers that I'm presenting to you are creationist numbers. I didn't calculate, I calculated it in hydrogen bombs because that's a sexy way of thinking of it, but I didn't calculate these numbers. These numbers come from young earth creationists, and in certain cases, they're critics. Moving the plates is a ton of heat. All of the impact events from the craters that we have now and in the fossil record, that's another ton of hydrogen bombs and heat. You have to harden all that igneous rock as well. Remember cementation that we were talking about earlier? That releases heat too. And so does hardening limestone. In fact, hardening all types of rock, cementing all of it, like it releases heat. So we're talking about all of the geologic column, or at least 550 million years worth of it. Like that's a lot of heat and energy. The Earth does not survive it. We're talking about like the liquefaction of the planet. If you want to accelerate all these processes into a single year, which you have to if you want to explain the geologic column. They recognize this. To their credit, they recognize this. It's called the heat problem. They mention it in the rate publication themselves. They say the heat would have melted the crustal rocks many times over unless there was some mechanism for simultaneously removing it quickly. And there have been several parts examining different sources of heat from Answers in Genesis and the like, trying to figure out what to do. But there's not a current solution to this. It's just too much energy crammed into too small an amount of time. So no, you can't speed up radioactive decay without consequence. Now, I've heard many young Earth creationists now, including Baumgartner, if memory serves, who did the catastrophic plate tectonics math. Some of them have just come out and been like, it was a miracle. Like the heat was miraculously removed. That's fine, but that's not science. And that's also strange to me that the biggest geologic event of all time was specifically orchestrated to leave no trace of itself. That bothers me. Okay, so now some challenges to the antiquity of the Earth. I'm going to argue to you, and I don't have time to go over all of them now because I've already kept you for too long, but I would argue that all of the young Earth creationist arguments for a younger Earth, like that the evidence supports a younger Earth, have a better conventional explanation. Most of them, in my experience, take it for what it's worth, can be explained by the area that they're sampling having a complex geologic history that's not being appreciated because that's not their area of study, or in some cases, poor methodology. So there are a couple of examples we could talk about, and if you read into this, you're going to find examples of these. I've cited rates, mention of them up here, just for your information so you can track some of them down. We could talk about helium and zircons. We could talk about polonium halos. We could talk about those young carbon dates. Again, ask me about them next time if you want to dig into them, but like I've read into them quite a bit. I think they're very fine, reasonable, conventional explanations for them. So this leads us to what I think would be the most compelling data point for a younger Earth, right? Or at least not a younger Earth, but a recent existence of dinosaurs, let's put it that way, which is soft tissue and dinosaur bones. And not just dinosaur bones, but like lots of critters. So lots of people know the story, but in 2005, Mary Schweitzer and her team are trying to get a big dinosaur bone T-Rex femur out of Hell's Creek. I think it was Hell Creek. And so what they do is they're like, we can't move this thing. It's too large. They cut it in half. And when they do, Mary Schweitzer's like, the inside of this bone looks kind of compelling to me. I'm going to test it for biological molecules, like for biomolecules, I guess I should say, and see if there's anything remaining. And conventional wisdom at this time was like, okay, a fossil is 100% bone, or 100% bone. A fossil is 100% rock. When you look at this thing, you can test it. People had tested fossils a million times, but they're usually only testing the outsides of it. It's rock. But Mary Schweitzer takes it and she demineralizes the rock around this area of interest, and she finds what she proposes are soft tissues. So the remains of like what looks to be blood vessels and what looks to be red blood cells and things of that nature. And she got slammed for this from a lot of different directions. Now, a lot of people came out and were like, that can't be. That's crazy. That would be nuts. It's got to be biofilm or contamination or whatever. But she remained steadfast. And since she did that and published it, many more people started taking a closer look at their own specimens and finding similarly critically age-appropriate amounts of soft material, or I should say biomarkers in their fossils. Like now I think it goes all the way back to Devonian fish or even earlier than that. And so now the fossil, or not the fossil record, the literature is just full of examples of like, oh, we found beta carotene, or we found eumelanin traces, or we found, collagen traces or whatever from a bunch of different parts of the geologic column and from a ton of different critters, from mammals to dinosaurs to early fishes. It is accepted at this point that these are actual traces of original biological material. But it's critical to note that according to the literature, and I looked at a ton of papers for the slides that I made, so I feel confident in saying this, but check me, Will. Go through them and see if you can find an exception. I have not been able to find a single example of any soft tissue that is identical or really even close to the modern analogs with regard to how preserved it is. Like, we're not looking at, it's not even close to like the material that we pull from mammoths. It's like there are traces of what used to be collagen, or like in the case of this blood vessel here, we've got like heavily cross-linked collagen bits, right? Or like this red blood cell, this isn't a red blood cell, it's actually concentrated iron in the shape of a red blood cell, because red blood cells carry iron. And so when you dissolve away the actual cell, you're left with the iron in the shape of the cell. Everything I was able to find was partially or nearly completely transformed. And almost all of them, I think all of them actually, I think I double checked that last one, are robust even in their original form, right? So we're finding collagen and keratin and osteocytes, all of these biological materials that are really hard to destroy when they're in you now. So I thought that was, I wanted to bring that up because I thought that was kind of important. But obviously, we have to explain this, right? This is the example that I mentioned earlier of something that should happen pretty quickly, but it's seated within the context of everything that I just spent the past, whatever, a million hours telling you about, where every single signal is like, it looks really old, it looks really old, it looks really old. So what is actually going on here? I'm going to propose that we have a theoretical and, most importantly, experimental mechanism that explains why we have this soft tissue. So since Mary Schweitzer, a ton of people have done work on this. And one of the most important people who's been working on it is, incidentally, also Mary Schweitzer, who is herself a Christian and a theistic evolutionist. She basically was like, this is really interesting, and I want to learn more about it. So she's dedicated sort of her work to that. The two modes of preservation that I have seen that are the most recent and hold up to experimental evidence are this one on the left by Wyman et al., which is, it's called the, basically this is the burnt toast model. So it basically says the preserved bits that we find are very chemically similar to the types of organic material that preserves when you burn food. So the idea is it's thermo-oxidatively induced cross-linking. If you burn, as I do, chili all the time, what ends up happening in my pot is that I end up with this sort of black residue crumbly at the bottom. And if you take that stuff off, it takes forever to scrub off. It's not original chili, even though it is original chili, right? Like if you tested that, you would find, ground turkey DNA and all sorts, not DNA, but you'd find like ground turkey traces and all sorts of stuff like that, because it is the original material. It's just been chemically altered to the point where it's not the same thing. It's similar, but not identical to it. An example that you might, well, I'll give that example here in a second. Basically, the idea is that you have cross-linking induced by heat that makes some of these structures just really, really robust to degradation. But it requires a lot of very specific factors be true about these fossils. The area of the fossil that's preserved needs to be sequestered away from degradation. So in the case of the T-Rex femur, the part that contained that biological material was in the very core of it, right? Like away from absolutely everything else. I would bet there's not even enough carbon to radiocarbon date. You need, I think, like 0.5 gram to radiocarbon date something, like to actually detect, for machines to detect it. There's not even that much, not even close, I don't think, to that much material in there. But a tiny amount of this biological material was in a pocket of bone that was never degraded, and that allowed it to persist. Mary Schweitzer proposed initially, compared to this sort of burnt toast model, she was like, I think what's going on here is I think iron is what's causing that cross-linking. And the reason she proposed this is in part because there's a really easy source of iron for living things like us, our blood. It's all in us all the time. It's really, really easy. If iron is all it takes for things to preserve, then I would bet a lot more stuff has this soft tissue. So the way that she decided to test this is she took hemoglobin-treated blood vessels from ostriches, living ostriches, right? I mean, the ostriches weren't alive when she was doing this, but the ostriches are alive today. So she took blood vessels from ostriches today, and she basically exposed them to several different conditions. One was in a hemoglobin-treated solution, so basically an iron solution, similar to what she expected for the dinosaur bones, for the T-Rex bones. And then she took some and put them in water, like as a control. And what you can see in this picture, and what she explains here to the right, is the hemoglobin-treated vessels have remained intact for more than 2 years at room temperature with virtually no change, while the control tissues were significantly degraded within 3 days. So we're talking about orders of magnitude of preservation shown experimentally just with the presence of iron, right? Now, it has to be within the presence of iron and away from all of that stuff that I told you earlier that can degrade it. And the only way for that to happen is if it's in a portion of the bone that manages not to get cracked or permineralized or crushed by scavengers or eaten by microbes, which is possible, but really, really rare. She talks about the specific chemistry here, and her sort of end here at the end and the conclusion. She says, in our test model, incubation in hemoglobin, that's HB, increased ostrich vessel stability by more than 240-fold, or more than 24,000% over control conditions. And I'll add that, like, they stopped the experiment at 2 years with virtually no change. How much longer would it have gone with basically no degradation? What's cool is that since Mary Schweitzer released that, every subsequent soft tissue find has been people saying, okay, well, is there iron present? Like, if this is iron fixation, we should find a lot of iron. Or in the case of Wyman's hypothesis, not iron, but these other sort of thermo-oxidative signals, I guess you would say. And this was a paper that I pulled from 2019. And you can find this over and over and over again when you read these papers, is this line right here. These data strongly support previous hypotheses. Exposure of extant chickens, because they did theirs with chicken collagen instead, to Fenton chemistry and transition metal catalyzed, that's ionization, glycation rapidly induces chemical modifications, also observed in the dinosaur tissue studied here. So they basically tried to test to see something similar to what Mary Schweitzer did, but with chicken material, and they got the same results. And in fact, this is I think you call it a spectrograph of the T-Rex tissues versus the treated chicken tissues. With, like, we treated the chicken tissues in a situation that we think could explain the T-Rex, and they look the same. The peaks are identical. What this is telling us is that the method that they demonstrated in the lab is probably explaining what we're seeing in the field. It's really rare that you get, like, a match like this. Then Anderson, 2 years ago, took Wyman's hypothesis and Mary Schweitzer's iron linking hypothesis and said, what if instead of one or the other, what if it's both? And he basically says, significantly, this framework demonstrates the hypotheses presented by Schweitzer and by Wyman are, in many cases, subsequent steps of a single unified reaction mechanism, not separate hypotheses. Now, evolution makes an interesting prediction here, right? Because what I think these guys have shown pretty dang well is that this material, under very specific conditions that should be rare specimen-wide, and they are, like, you can find them in a lot of specimens, but again, 99.99999% of the material is not preserving like this. It's these very rare little secluded pockets that you can maybe get a tiny bit of something, which is incredible. And that's got huge implications for studying what these guys would have been like. And it makes an evolutionary prediction. Because if this material can survive, and it can, and if we have an explanation for it within the context of deep time, and we do, then birds and dinosaurs should map the most similar to each other. In fact, we should have dinosaurs that are proposed to be feathered dinosaurs, and the tissue that we find from them, again, I say tissue, like the remnants of tissue that we find from them, it should look like birds, right? Like, we should find the same thing. Here are two papers that I found, again, from the past 2 to 5 years. One says the molecular evolution of feathers with direct evidence from fossils, and the other says preservation of beta-keratin proteins from the Mesozoic. We're finding the bird keratin in dinosaurs, which I don't know. I don't know if I can emphasize just how crazy this is, because Thomas Huxley, all the way back in Darwin's day, was the first person to look at birds, modern birds, and dinosaur bones and say, I think birds are dinosaurs. And everybody was like, not a shot. And then it turns out, we've got this continued support through morphology and now through their own biochemistry that supports this notion. So with all that in mind, how old is the Earth? Currently, the oldest in-place rocks that we have that we can radiometrically date are from the Acasta gneiss in Canada, and they're about 4 billion years old using uranium dead dating. there's a picture of them. They're pretty cool. But we've also managed to get zircons, which are these teeny tiny little they're very robust crystalline structures. And we can radiometrically date those too, because for whatever reason, these things can survive being put through the mantle. And so we can take these guys from Jack's Hills here. They're proposed to be formed during the Hadean, and we can radiometrically date them too. And the dates that we get from these zircons, which were, if memory serves, previously hypothesized to be very old, turn out to be some of the oldest material on the planet at 4.3 to 4.4 billion years of age. Now, the oldest ages that we can get for the age of the Earth are limited because, as you've learned from this entire presentation, the rock has to be cooled to start the clock. So the actual age when the Earth became a ball, right? Like when it's actually a ball of molten rock, there's nothing you can radiometrically date it in there because it's all on fire. I mean, it's all molten. The clock hasn't started for anything. It has to be ticking a little bit. And so the best estimate for that is by looking at things that have had time to cool, which are meteorites that are proposed by the conventional model to have cooled down in space before the much larger planets were able to do so. And that's supposed to give an age for the solar system, which is an approximation of the age for the Earth. And when we radiometrically date meteorites, they all home in on the same general age of 4.5 billion years. Now, it's worth checking in with the rate scientists because, remember, they're proposing that accelerated nuclear decay, which is supposed to explain these ancient radiometric dates and the ages of the geologic column full of dead stuff, that's supposed to have happened during the flood by potentially miraculous intervention. But we have these meteorites that are giving us really, really old ages for the solar system. Were they subject to accelerated nuclear decay? Anders Snelling says no. He says that probably when we look at these meteorites, they are reflecting a geochemical signature of primordial material, which includes atoms of all elemental isotopes. What we're getting from them, these 5.5 billion year ages, are likely not their true time ages, which according to the biblical paradigm is only 6,000 real-time years. So what he's saying is, it doesn't look like accelerated nuclear decay happened in these things. They were made to look old because we don't find any evidence for accelerated nuclear decay in them, or I'll add anywhere else. And they weren't subject to the same forces of the flood. And so they were just made to look that way. They were old. I have to ask you, what purpose would God have in making a rock that we might never see artificially old? The beach, I get, but the meteorite, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So there's great antiquity to the Earth according to the science. And this is supported by dozens of methods for assessing the age of rocks and other features. And these methods corroborate each other, right? I'm not going to sit here and tell you literally every single time they corroborate each other because scientists are human too. But I'm saying that the signs that we have here that I've just the data that we have here that I've shown you, I think that's kind of impossible to explain if they're not reflecting a real signal, statistically speaking, I mean. Unless they were intentionally made to look that way, but not actually be that way, which I won't entertain because I don't think it's scientific. Now, throughout this history, environments have exhibited every conceivable environment, which means if the environment is changing, as we know, organisms are changing within that environment. So how have the organisms within this fossil record actually changed? Because we should see both macroevolution and microevolution. I'm going to give you just a couple of quick flashes of microevolution through these singular structures because that maps with what we would expect from evolution. And I cannot for the life of me think of a way that they would be in this order, like small geologic or small morphologic change, through geologic time, moving up through these. I don't think they would be created that way, but this evolution requires that time, right? There's stuff in it. These are from Dover, right? These little creatures are inside Dover evolving through it. And so that formation and everything within it required a great amount of time to form. The same is true at Capitan Reef with fusulinids that we already discussed, and in countless other places with tons of teeny tiny little microorganisms, and small organisms that leave really good hard parts behind. Macroevolution permeates the whole of the geologic column. We're going to talk more about that next time. And as we move from the lower layers to the upper layers, general complexity, or at least the pool of diversity to pull from, increases. At the Cambrian, we've got nothing living on land. Like you can't find any rock dated radiometrically to the Cambrian where you've got no land fossils, life is primarily marine and simple. Then by the Permian, like if you go to Permian, every rock that you radiometrically date to the Permian or via any other method to this time period, you're not going to find any mammals or dinosaurs or flowers prior to that time period. And there's not going to be any dogs or monkeys or cats or horses or whales or antelopes or sloths, bats, pigs, koalas, elephants, etc. before the KPG boundary. Likewise, Dunkleosteus disappears, this gigantic placoderm fish, like 12 plus feet long, depending on if you accept the shrinking of it or not, is swimming around. We find so many fossils belonging to these guys, and you don't find a single one above the Devonian. Trilobites, one of the most common fossils period of all time, you don't find a single one above the Permian. And dinosaurs, non-avian dinosaurs, I should say, are completely gone after the KPG, at least that we're able to tell. This seems to be showing us a real 550 million year chunk of history, because the creatures found within this time period and the formations that they're found within require that time. So, do we have transitional species from major changes across the geologic column? Like, do we actually? And I've included cartoons here on purpose because I want to go through the fossils themselves next time. Because we should see innumerable transitions in the fossil record, even accounting for the fact that it's imperfect. We should still be able to see a lot of these transitions. And the transition should display morphologic change over geologic time for these lineages. This change should match what we find today with regard to comparative anatomy and genetics. For example, if we find a fossil lineage that looks like a cow-like thing or a deer-like thing evolving into a whale, then when we sequence the genome of a whale, whales shouldn't be closer to wolves than they are to cows, right? Like these things should map. So what do we see? And that's what we're going to talk about next time. How's
Awesome.
that? Good stuff?
That's great. A lot of stuff, absolutely.
A lot of stuff. I know. I warned you that this was going to be a beast of one.
No, it's great. Thank you.
As usual, I have to pee and I have to get some more water. So I'm going to do that. And then we'll come back and we'll do questions if you have them. And then we'll do supers and we'll be done.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you for your patience for all that, by the way.
Of course. I'm just looking at the comments for the first time. A lot of people are saying hi back. I'm not sure who a lot of these people are, but that's okay. Veritas, how's it going, man? It's been a while since we spoke. I've not forgotten you, though. Okay, looks like I'm a little behind on comments here. Yeah, I'm a little bit brain fried for sure. A lot of information. Okay. Someone asked about my favorite gem in Steven Universe. I don't even know what that means.
I was also filling up my water bottle.
No problem.
Okay. Before we do supers, thoughts, questions, things like that, or just get right to it?
We can get right to it. I only have one thing, which it's not the best example, but it's coming to me, and I'm guessing there's going to be more. And so I don't think, after I look into everything that you presented, I'm going to be able to come back with any sort of a rebuttal. That's my prediction, okay? But what I do think I'll probably be able to come back with is conflicting information. Now, conflicting information doesn't mean it's wrong. but it does mean that there is an issue that needs to be solved. So that's my second prediction. The only thing I can think of is there are things that we measure. So a lot of this was like, hey, we measure these things and then we extrapolate based on the measurements, right? Pretty simple. Like we've probably been looking at radioactive decay for 100 years is my guess. And so we have these numbers that we're comfortable with. We extrapolate them out. That's all fine. What about when there's something, and I'll give my one example, which is probably going to be laughed at. But what about when there's something that if we extrapolate it out, doesn't make sense? Like, what do I do with that? So the one example I can think of is when we went to the moon, we put some reflectors on the moon. I don't know a lot about this. This was before I was born. But we've been measuring down to like the centimeter, the distance from the Earth to the moon using those reflectors. And it's moving away from us at a very consistent rate of about 1.5 inches per year, almost exactly. So if we extrapolate that out 4.5 billion years, obviously that doesn't work. So when something like that happens, what do we do with that?
So when something like that happens, typically what we do is, and I think that this makes intuitive sense, is we look at the glut of the data and we say, does this conflict with our understanding? And if it does, like what you just mentioned, like in a major way, or I'll add like soft tissue did when it was first proposed. If the bulk of the data is in the opposite direction, as humans tend to do, the first thing we do is look for an explanation. We say, okay, this does not map with our expectations. Something is wrong about our understanding, either about the ancient age of the Earth or the rate of the moon's recession away from the Earth, or maybe both, right? And typically you err on the side of the data. So whatever the glut of the data supports, you say, okay, since we have all of this that supports the ancient age of the Earth, we probably have something wrong with our understanding about how the moon recedes. I actually know this example. The reason why the moon is where it is and why it hasn't like totally gone off course, or why if you project it forward at that rate, it seems like it would be inside the Earth. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't seem to make sense with the ancient age, is because the rate at which the moon has been moving away from the Earth long term has not always been constant. And this wasn't easy to figure out. Like you'd be thinking, why would it change? And the reason is because, as I'm sure you know, the moon and the Earth are locked with one another gravitationally. That's why the moon can impact our tides. But in the same way that the moon can impact our tides, we're pulling on the moon to try to keep it close to us. It's what causes tidal bulging at the equator of the Earth. But what that means is that sorry, my dog again. What that means is that if the moon is sort of at the mercy of aspects of the Earth with regard to how they interact with one another, if you change like the configuration of the continents so that you have a supercontinent instead of several miniature continents, or if you don't have any continents at all, which is what's proposed for like really early Archean Earth, then that's going to change the speed at which the moon is moving. So to answer your question, you would look at something like that and you say, there's a discrepancy here. We need to investigate it. We need to understand why. And that's when you start modeling, because the first thing you would think is, as with the soft tissue, is, okay, well, what if the rate hasn't always been the same? Or, okay, what if these tissues can preserve longer by some mechanism that we don't understand? And that's when the experiments come into play. So you can run these experiments, like physics experiments with the moon's recession, and see how, if you change the configuration of the continents or the presence of the continents, how that impacts the speed given their masses. And then you can see if those map. Now, in the case of both soft tissue and the moon, if you come up empty-handed, then we've got a big question, right? Like these alternative explanations, or I would say regular explanations, exist because we experimented with them and found them. But look at something like, and I am not an expert in this, so physicists go easy on me, but look at the tension, the Hubble tension that we've got right now with the Hubble constant. Like the Hubble constant we get different results if we use different measurements for something that's supposed to be a universal constant. That doesn't make any sense. And, physicists are trying to figure it out because so far none of our ways of trying to resolve it have worked. And so this is an open question for scientists to investigate that I don't know what the answer is going to be.
Cool. Well, let's dive in. So
Let's
I can get to bed at a reasonable time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll go relatively quickly.
It's all right.
From Swimmerfish34 for $5 Canadian, I would really encourage Will to look into biblical scholars like John Walton, who make a very compelling case for a non-literal reading of Genesis 1.
Yeah, a buddy of mine told me about John Walton. I think he recommended his book as well. So it's definitely on my radar.
I read John Walton, his Lost World of Genesis 1:1 and of Noah's Ark and things like that, Genesis 6, when I was a theistic evolutionist. I found his stuff really compelling, but you should read it and tell me what you think. Awesome. From Drink23 for $5, Erica, did you ever look into Will's claim in that second video that there are scientifically documented miracles or supernatural events? Yes, Will and I talked back and forth for a little bit about this. My plan is to eventually release those live streams as their own videos, right? Where they have like a nice opener and they're easy to find, because live streams sometimes they're not good for SEO sometimes, I guess. But my plan is for some of these open questions, after I run it by Will, is I want to come in and say, I looked into this, here's what I found. Like the same thing was true when we were looking into the mammoth with the tropical stuff in its teeth. Look into these claims and see if they hold any water. I'll tell you that for the miracles thing, my threshold for what counts as a miracle it's tough. It's a tough one to meet, right? Like I want to be able to preclude everything else and say, as you could probably tell from my PowerPoint, I love preclusionary data. Tell me when it can't make sense. So, we have these cases and Will was right. I mean, these are published papers. I don't know very much about the journals, but these are published papers that are proposing miraculous intervention due to intercessory prayer. Yeah, intercessory prayer. My thing is, I don't think after looking through them and their frequently asked questions and sort of what people were coming back with and the nature of the pathologies themselves, they don't meet the burden of proof for me to say this definitely couldn't have been anything else. But I want to dig in a little bit deeper on that for the video. From the Aspen 2009 for $10 Canadian. So excited for this. Geology was the nail in the coffin for my young Earth creationism. It became clear that the Earth has a long history, or God made it look like it, in which case can't get mad if we believe it. I think most, correct me if I'm wrong, Will, but I think most creationists don't think that like evolution, creation, or age of the Earth is like a salvific issue regardless.
No. Not that I know of. Yeah, no.
Yeah, me either. Oh, Stefan Milo. Hi, for $20. You're a legend, Erica. Keep up the great work. Stefan does a lot of bioant stuff, so we roll in a lot of the same video topic circles.
Oh, cool.
Thank you, Stefan Milo. Very cool. From SJL for $5. Question for Will. Have you rejected old Earth creationism? Never explored it? As a former Catholic, I guess OEC best describes what I used to believe.
I have not explored it. So I've been young Earth as long as I can remember and kind of just stayed in my ignorance. Because I, again, as you guys know by now, never looked into evolution deeply or age of the Earth.
I mean, to be fair, there's a lot to get into. Like there's just so much. It's very intimidating. Like for me, this, by the way, just for your information, this is why I don't talk about abiogenesis, because I don't know anything about biochemistry. I don't know the first thing. It is so daunting to me to get into that kind of stuff that I'll leave it to others. For $2, Vishanti will check out how many chromosomes a tomato has. How many chromosomes does a tomato have? Tomato plant has 12 chromosomes, 24. 12 pairs, 24 chromosomes.
All right, we looked it up.
From Veritas Games for $10, mad respect for both of you for doing this. It's so rare and fascinating for one with intellectual honesty and curiosity on the wrong side of an argument as big as this. Can't wait to see where it leads. If nothing else, I'm having a great time.
Yeah, he and I know each other, so I'm glad he popped on.
Awesome. Yeah, support. From Beals Zanin for $9.99. Super sticker. Thank you very much. We have from Matatatatat for $87.89 for $20 Australian dollars. Is it certain that life began only once? Could it have merged independently in multiple places with originally simple and similar biochemistry that allowed horizontal gene transfer, and then early life converged onto one lineage? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. Could, sure, but everything shares the same genetic code and way of doing things now. So I would say if it did, we can't really investigate it yet. I'd like to though.
I'm going to say it couldn't have emerged independently once.
From Rosina, 499. In the human chromosome dysfunction example, Will may notice all the things he mentioned are an odd number of chromosomes, 45 or 47, not pairs. So I think that's a pretty good point.
I don't understand.
So you know how you have how all of the number of chromosomes that everything you looked up has it's all even numbers?
Yes.
The reason for that is because you get half of them from mom and half of them from dad, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So you end up with an even number. In human chromosomal dysfunctions, at least in the ones that you mentioned, according to Rosina here, all of them have an odd number of chromosomes, not even pairs. So the argument that they're making is that across evolutionary history, you're never going to end up with something with an odd number. That's never going to be beneficial because you're losing something or you're duplicating something. Whereas if it's even numbers, things tend to interact with a lot more ease.
Yeah, I'm just going off of what we have seen. So, like I don't think we have humans with 48.
I don't know how many people. I'll look this up in a second. From Emma Louise, 81, K60 for $5. For Will, how do you explain viruses and bacteria if God created every kind personally? Why would he create a deadly bacteria that kills humans?
I don't know much at all about viruses or bacteria, so I really can't answer that.
We have from Making the Matrix I don't know what this is, 40 PLN dollars. Okay, this is $10. Okay, for $10. Hi, Eric, I sent you an email about making subtitles to these lectures. My name is Massiege. Please check your inbox. I'm really behind on my emails unless it's an ongoing conversation right now. I owe you a response, and I would love to get some subtitles. I think the more people see this conversation, the better. From Orsina for $1.99, primatologists use pee like geologists lick rocks. They don't lick the pee, to be clear. They just catch it. I have a one of my friends. She was explaining it to me, and she was like, "Yeah, you hope that they pee and it gets on like a leaf so that you can just go up with the syringe and draw it up, because otherwise you're like down in the mud and then you smell like pee." From Gilgameshians for $109.90. Brazilian currencies. Hi, Erica. Cheers from Brazil. Would you consider giving a Research 101 to Will sometime, and why AI isn't usefully, okay, I don't know which one that's supposed to be. Why AI isn't usually useful, maybe, to go through academic papers. It feels like something Will and many people struggle with.
I'm not using AI to go through academic papers, by the way.
I would love to talk about where AI's role is in research at some point. And thank you for your support. From Shannon Marie for $2. Erica, thank you so much for the series. Adorable dog. Very cute old puppy. Super sticker from Thrawn123 Real ID for $4. Thank you very much. We have from Regular Ryad for $10. I have a question for Will. If I remember correctly, there was one snake in the garden that was cursed by God to not have legs, but in the modern world, we have thousands of species of snakes. What mechanism caused that?
So this is a heavy theological topic, one I haven't looked into a lot, but it's discussed a lot, and it wasn't a snake. I don't think that was what tempted Eve. It became a snake, so it wasn't a snake that lost legs. But there's a lot of people that, I think it's E.W. Bullinger, argues that it was some sort of an angelic being. I have no idea.
Parthenogenic, maybe. From Marcina, $9.99 for $9.99. Has Will had a chance to look up the evidence for the location of the Chicxulub crater in the Yucatan Peninsula? That's the dinosaur killer, with the shock quartz, tektites, clustered cenotes, and gravity anomaly, etc. I don't know. Have you looked into it yet, Will? We'll cover it later.
I looked into it before we talked and spoke with somebody who said that there is no crater. and that there's no evidence for a crater. All there's evidence for is gravitational anomalies, and that's as far as I've looked into it.
I'm hoping to include that in a little tour of deep time, but we'll see.
Okay.
From Honey and Bees 8202 for $9.99, highlight of my day. Hey, me too. Not Will's though, because he's seeing humpback whales. From Steve DeMars 281 for $9.99. Will, I'm going to argue that complexity is better explained by billions of years of change. If we are created that way, you believe the way you believe, then we are over. Okay, they're saying if we were designed, we're over-engineered, the complexity isn't needed.
I can't say I understand. Why would we? What does he mean by over-engineered?
I think he's talking about things like redundancy in our DNA, or like two eyes, multiple teeth. I'm not sure. I think that's what he's getting.
Yeah, I mean, redundancy in DNA could be mutation, or it could just be like if an author writes multiple books, they're going to use the same words. So.
From Python++ for £199, it is miracles all the way downy with a bunch of explanation points. Exclamation marks. Sorry, been talking for too long. I've been talking about too many explanations. Yeah, I mean, I already gave my spiel about that. From Theo Benora, 4627 for £19.99. Hello, I had to split my question. If shared DNA between individuals can be used to find common ancestry, and we have living examples of successful crossbreeding between species classically classified as distinct, should we not be able to pinpoint either a ratio of similarities or specific parts of DNA that are required for a successful crossbreeding? I think this is a question for me. I would say, I think this is a question for me. If DNA, yeah, okay. The reason why you can't do that is because reproductive isolation does not work the same way in everything, right? Like it's weird to me, and I think it should be weird to everybody, that maned wolves and wolves can't reproduce, but like Russian sturgeon and American paddlefish can, right? It's not consistent as we see it. Reproductive isolation sort of evolves in weird ways. I think you could do what you're saying within a single lineage that you understood very well, though. From Flockmeister for $2, how about an Earth that doesn't have 1,000 ways to kill us? 1,000 ways to die. We have Python++ for £199. Why did God put fossils in limestone? That's for you, Will.
Well, I don't think God put fossils in limestone, for one. Actually, I was going to mention this. If limestone forms so slowly, fossils in it doesn't even make sense to me.
So the types of fossils that you have in limestone, like the ones at the Green River Formation, they're in really anoxic waters. So this is known from the geochemistry. Basically, what ends up happening is that when a critter dies and it sinks to the bottom, which is what happens when things first die and they get in the water, they don't float till the gases start to build up. So they sink to the bottom. And once they're at the bottom, right, where the anoxic waters actually are, nothing can get to them, and there's no bacteria down there because there's literally nothing for them to actually do any gas exchange. So without any bacteria to break them down and without any scavengers, the bodies just sit at the bottom of these anoxic lakes. And it doesn't matter that it takes, I don't know, like let's say you have a flatfish that's like 2 inches tall. Maybe you're depositing limestone and other muds in this particular lake at a rate of like 1/2 inch per year. That thing can sit there for 4 years and nothing's going to disturb it. And actually be layered up. And in the case of something like a shell, like you mentioned in your conversation with PhD Tony, like nautilus shells, I mean, these things are like this big, and some of them are vertically up through the limestone. And I thought that was really interesting. And so, I looked it up, and some of them are like that. And so I started thinking about it, and it was like, okay, well, if they were buried quickly rather than slowly by limestone, one, I would expect soft tissue imprints and things of that nature. But also, why are the only fossils found in that kind of situation where we've got these slow depositions of limestone? Why are the only fossils that we find these shells that are solid chunks and don't decay on their own? Like a shell isn't going anywhere. If you have a shell that sinks to the bottom and is sitting on the ocean floor, if it's like stuck in the sand like that, nothing's going to eat it. The soft parts will get eaten and decay away. But like a shell in and of itself, shells decompose on their own way slower than bones do for reasons that I don't quite understand. I think it has to do with the spongy spongy bone on the inside as compared to like cortical bone and the calcium carbonate in shells. And that's my guess, though. From Spook the Bourgeoisie for $20. This one's a little sassy. Will, which is more likely? The god that you worship is a trickster god, and your God-given brain measures the world, misleading you to believe it's old. Or 2, the authors of the Bible wrote poetry not meant to be taken literally.
Yeah. So, man, people are so disrespectful.
I can skip these if you want.
It's okay. It's okay. He sent it in, so it's fine with me. I do respect God, and so I do take him very seriously. And so the reality is this: he allows us to discover this world, this universe, and that's beautiful. And we're going to come to different conclusions. We're going to learn things throughout our journey. I know a lot more than I did in the past. I hope to know a lot even more in the future. And so, yes, I believe I have a God-given brain, but I also have free will to use it. And so maybe the authors of the Bible wrote poetry not meant to be taken literally. That's completely a possibility. And the fact that I'm here is just evidence that I'm trying to find the truth.
We have from Blackmore 278 for $10. A 6,000-year-old universe would only be visible 6,000 light years in radius. Most stars in the Andromeda galaxy, 2.5 million light years, wouldn't be visible at night. We know the distance of stars using parallax.
Mm-hmm.
This is a starlight.
Yeah, we didn't talk about starlight, which is fine. There is an assumption, and I'm not prepared to talk about this right now, but there is an assumption that the stars and the starlight began where they are and traveled to the Earth, and I think that might not be the case.
We can put a pin in like anisotropic speed of light, like that kind of stuff, because I have thoughts on that, but they mostly boil down to what I already said, which is that that seems like a very roundabout way to explain data that works within the framework that we already have. But I didn't mention starlight because we were talking about age of the Earth, not age of the stars.
Yeah.
From Python++ for £4.99, we've detected, okay, Python++, you got to type better. We detected gravitational anomaly waves from a black hole merger 1.3 billion light years away. Explain that.
I don't know what it is, so I don't know how to explain it.
I think this would fall under the same category as speed of light stuff, would be my guess.
Okay.
So it would probably, I'm going to speak for Will here. Probably have a similar solution. From the Aspen 2009 for 10 Canadian dollars to Will, would it be deceptive for God to make Adam and Eve with healed bone fracture scars?
Mm-hmm.
When would you say we can say it's a history and not created mature?
Yeah, great question. And I would say bone fracture, meaning a break. Yes, that would be deceptive. In terms of the normal process, I don't even know if there's any scars. I mean, there are in the skull. We talked about that. That I would not say is deceptive. But yeah, making it look like they broke a bone when they never did would be deceptive for sure.
Okay, we have... This is a little sassy, but I don't think it's that sassy. Although I will say, I'm going to start us up at the top next time. You should give your perspective, I think, from a theological perspective every time, because I do feel like a lot of people come in late and then they're like, why not theistic evolution, or why aren't you an old Earth creationist and stuff like that? And I think we could probably get that at the top just by, because we know your perspective and you could have a chance to say that. From Bugmaster8647 for $10, in my opinion, it comes down to the question, who do you trust more? God, who created everything and left evidence of his works in every particle of the universe, or ancient humans who wrote a book? I think their perspective is, you get it.
Yeah. It's my opinion that the ancient humans who wrote a book were influenced and inspired and impacted by God. So that I can't really separate the two. The Bible is just an absolutely incredible set of historical documents. I would argue the most important historical documents we probably have in existence, which is why the Bible's the #1 best-selling book of all time. But that is the issue here is the more I read the Bible, the more I see God's hand on it. That doesn't mean that it's error-free. That doesn't mean we know exactly what the original authors wrote, because we don't. There are, conflicting manuscripts. And so it also doesn't mean I understand what the original authors meant. Interpretation is something that's still hotly debated and forever will be. But I do come from that position. And so I don't see it as an either or.
We have from writer Marcus Regius for 50 SEK currencies. Will, are you emotionally drained after these? I'm guessing it's hard when things are challenging your worldview. Sleepy time now. We'll finish tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely I am. I actually got a little brain drained in my research with natural selection, but I am somebody who's, committed and try to act with integrity. And so I signed up for this and I'm not going to slack off. So we're good.
Thank you for doing that. I know it's easy to be like, I'm not doing this anymore. I hope that from here on out, things are pretty straightforward. We're talking about transitional species. We're not doing crazy equations. We're not doing anything like that. So
yeah, I also need to be respectful to you because you're putting time in. And you're putting effort in.
You know what, though? This is my bread and butter. This is like my favorite thing to talk about. So really, you're doing me a favor by letting me talk about it. Okay, we have, I don't quite get this one, so I'm going to read it. Maybe you get it. From Design on Q for $5. Dad says mom poofed us a birthday cake, but trash can is full of Duncan Hines boxes, eggshells, and an empty milk carton. Sigh, thanks, Mom.
I can see what they're saying, and I do think it's a decent point. It's going against what I believe, and I'll think about it. It's a good analogy.
We have Rosina for $1.99. Don't weigh a kitten on a truck top scale. That's true. We were talking about putting a grain of rice on I wouldn't weigh a kitten on there either.
Yeah, I want to say something about that, which is like I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into this more, but I still feel something from the opposition. Whether it's you, whether it's PhD Tony, whether it's Mary Schweitzer. It's like, if something should not have any carbon in it, then let's just do the test and pay for it and show that it doesn't have any carbon in it. Like you actually said something that I really want to look into, because if it's true, it's massive. And I might have misunderstood you, which is why I go back and re-listen. But it sounded like you said that the instruments we have don't have the ability to detect like tiny amounts of carbon. And so they might round up to like 1% when it's like 0.000000001. That's significant if that's true.
So that's an analogy that I used. I don't know. To be clear, that was just an analogy of like, let's say you had you were constrained by an instrument, right? That was only capable of measuring very minute amounts of something, but it tends to round up. You could never get zero. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I don't know the details of that. Ask Joel, somebody else. Ask John. John does all kinds of radiometric dating, and he could tell you with precision exactly what they do and exactly why you get those values. I would also say, and I said this to you previously, if you consider trying to set up some kind of like final experiment type thing doing radiometric dating, I cannot enough advise that you want to make sure that you've got, like, if you're bringing young Earth creationists on, you got to have somebody who does actual radiometric dating too, so that you make sure that what you're dating is like not to impose the dates beforehand, but to make sure that it's clean, even just to know the sample site, like the protocol that you tend to go through, like stuff of that nature.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
From I Wish I Was With You for $4.99. Hey, Erica, huge inspiration to a bio undergrad like me. Love your content, girl. Thank you so much. It is my pleasure. Again, don't Don't thank me for that. I get to do what I get to do, and I love it. We have from Craig94 for 20 euros. You can't date young rock with radiometric dating for the same reason you can't judge if a coin is fair or not from 7 heads and 3 tails. But if you do it 100 or 1,000 flips, you get an accurate view of its probability. Can't speak to that as an analogy. It sounds like it works, but again, not my field. And I only make analogies that I have worked through myself. Thank you, though, for the donation. From Scientific Origins for $10, Will, I know you likely believe that it's impossible for God's word to be in conflict, for God's world to be in conflict with God's word. It takes bravery to admit that reality is in deep conflict with the young earth interpretation of the Bible.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. Again, my interpretation could be wrong here, and I'm not going to ignore facts. I'm not going to ignore science, and I'm not going to ignore reality because I want the Bible to mean something. The things that I can see now, test now, see results, those matter because that's real. That's truth.
I agree. And that's why I think in the future we should start at the top with your perspective, because like you've been very clear, I think, from the beginning that there's an interpretation aspect biblically for this, but that's not what you're here to do, right? Like that's those two things. One, those two things can be in harmony. You're not like out front saying that's not a possibility, and two, that's not really the goal of, you're just here to learn the concept. We have from Touchpad SE for 50 SEK currencies. Dating a sample without any knowledge about the sample is like having an answer without knowing the question. Kind of, but not quite. I think there's a way to do that double blind thing that Will is talking about, as long as the prep is appropriate. Like as long as you know enough about the sample to know what you need to account for, I would say. But again, I'm not positive. I just think
I'm more interested in the blind part being the lab versus the participants.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could do that too, right? Like I think you could send something off to the lab and say, here's the sample, here's the like the thermal history of the area. So it's rock, so you know not to use carbon. Like there's got to be a way to do some of that, I would think, but I don't. Again, not my field.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is a kind comment, but with some sassiness that I'm going to push back on at the end. From Keros D. Ferro for 20 euros. Nothing more wonderful than seeing generous knowledge being charitably shared. Your channel is worth more than 1,000 churches. Major respect for your trajectory. Will is part of a church, and he is here. So I think you need to appreciate that it's like this is a sort of joint venture. This is, of course, I'm biased because Will's here with me, but like we've got a great example of a good church perspective right here with regard to this topic. But thank you for the donation and for the kind words. We have from Scientific Origins for $5. The solution to the heat problem is obvious. There is no heat problem because the Earth isn't very young. It's old. Problem solved. You're welcome, Donnie. That's more for Donnie because Donnie and I have this back and forth, Will, about the heat problem where Donnie will propose a solution and then I like to tease it apart. So.
Okay.
From Andrew Levine, for Levine 3471 for $2. The mantle is a flowing solid, not liquid magma. Yeah, that's crazy to me that's true. It's only a liquid it only behaves like a liquid under pressure and heat. Freaky. We have from Scientific Origins for $5. Did you mention the millions of seasonal varves in older lakes like Lake Sugetsu? I mentioned the precise one. All the younger talking points fill on those. Either Earth equals old or God equals liar. I would say too that I've took the time just in case to read the young Earth creationist responses to the Varves and Lake Sugetsu. And I've never seen anything tackle what's inside the Varve layers themselves, right? Like there'll be like, oh, you can get like fine graded laminae really fast. And it's like, that's not surprising to me, but how do you get the seasonality replicated? I haven't seen that. I think I've done a good job looking, but feel free to prove me wrong on any of this. Okay. We have from nvenom8 for $20. One thing that tripping Will up when reading articles is that scientists hedge their language with regard to certainty. When speaking as professionals, we never claim absolute certainty. The closest we come is consensus or theory.
Yeah, now I agree, but I do hear a difference when it comes to evolution versus history and archaeology. So I like history, I read about it. I'm into archaeology, I read about it. And they talk about like, here's what we think happened, here's our best guess, but I don't know, maybe I'm just hearing it differently, but I feel like when it's evolution, it's just like, this happened for sure. If you don't believe it, you're a science denier.
I will say to that, you should read some human evolution papers. I have never seen more cautious behavior than in human evolution. Like we got a partial skeleton from a hominin called Homo habilis. You might have heard of it. It's one of the earliest members of genus Homo, proposed to be. But the thing is, we got this partial skeleton, and it's got really long arms and really short legs in comparison to other hominins. And there's like a 2-paragraph section in the paper at the end trying to talk about how this thing moved. And they're like, we don't really want to say anything about how this thing moved because there's a lot of uncertainty. They're like, we could say this, but there's an alternative explanation of this. And we could say this, but then there's this. Like, it is the most careful, like, we don't want to say anything because there's so many opportunities and ways to interpret this that we're leaving the ballpark open. I cannot speak for other areas. I can only speak for mine. And there are certainly scientists within my field that are overly confident, as there are in every field. But
of course,
it's an interesting paper. We have from Millennial90 for $10. I've been skeptical of Will's readiness to engage. Glad to see him asking questions and adjusting. That's not easy. Will, is there anything from today's class that really struck you? Actually, I'm jumping the gun on this. I think Will's been engaging the whole time. I'm not sucking up just because he's here. Genuinely, I think he's been engaging the whole time. And while I can appreciate that people are skeptical of the idea that a young Earth creationist would come on and learn this kind of stuff, with somebody like me who's been kind of hostile to creationism as a concept in the past, there are some people who are assuming bad faith before watching a single minute of any of these videos, and it makes me mad.
To answer this question, the Varves, actually, that's brand new to me. Never heard of it. And based on what I'm hearing, it sounds pretty solid. And so I got to look into it, as I will.
Well, all the links should be findable in the PowerPoint. But I think I definitely revised it some, so I can send you the most up-to-date one.
Okay, great.
From Ozymandians for $5, not much time spent on index fossils. What do you think of them, Will? Great lecture again, Erica. Got good questions, too. We'll get pictures of humpbacks for next time. True,
actually.
I
will. I will try. It's very difficult. I can't tell you guys how difficult it is. Yeah, we didn't talk about index fossils. So this is something I'm skeptical of, for sure. And actually, we didn't talk about this a lot, but when you got to the very end and you were showing the geologic column, I'm just curious, like, have we said, okay, we have our index fossils, so we don't need to date these layers anymore? I don't know how it works. I don't know if they're dating layers when they find fossils, if they're dating layers near them. I just don't know.
The too long didn't read of that, because we've been going for a minute, is that index fossils were used initially, but never to give an exact age, right? They're only used for relative age. So basically, because we always have trilobites wherever you go, and they're always below dinosaurs, and trilobites work as a good index fossil of, like, if you find them in a new place, you can say, okay, this is before the dinosaur layer stuff. Because everywhere else that we find it, it's always below dinosaurs. But you're not saying it's X age. That's where, like, radiometric dating comes in, where you can go and you can say, okay, and this is the way that it works in the area that I work. So I showed you that picture of the volcanoes in Tinderite. It's really, really beautiful place. It used to be really volcanically active. And the nice thing about volcanoes, as you learned, is that they spew a ton of ash. And when they do, they coat everything in it. And inside that tephra are teeny tiny little crystals that you can radiometrically date, like tiny igneous rocks, basically. And so you can take a bunch of those and date them. And what you do is you date the layers, at least for my stuff. You can date some fossils. I've never dated a fossil. We date layers above and below. So what'll happen is I'll be out at a site, and it'll be like, okay, we have our layers here. We find a fossil, and then we say, okay, what layer is directly above it? Get the ash layer that's directly above it. What's directly below it? Get the closest ash layer below it. And then what you say isn't this thing is 5 million years old. You say this thing is between, 4.9 and 5.1 million years old. We don't know when, but that's where it's found bracketed between these layers.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. We have, I think this is the next one, from Studio 102 for 20 Australian dollars. Thank you both. If I took a course challenging one of my core beliefs, I'd probably filter counter evidence through my worldview, feel uneasy, and get defensive. I only hope I'd engage as openly as Will has. Huge respect, Will.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
We got from Rosina for $4.99. The Roche limit for the Earth-Moon system is just under 11.5 miles. That's how close they can get without the moon breaking up. That's crazy. That's crazy that it could get that close without breaking into pieces. I would not have guessed that. We have from Alejandro Vallejo for $46.30 for 100 MX currencies. Spoiler for the intercessory prayer thing, I looked it up. 2 main problems, more rigorous studies with no positive results. There are also documented cases of other religions besides Christianity.
Okay, so I want to respond to this. Number one, these aren't problems. Number two, what I think is the most compelling argument for these cases, and by the way, I think the audience has only seen one. There's many. I think I sent 3 to Erica. I have more. Is that these events, which don't have explanations in the medical fields, are all happening around proximal intercessory prayer. That's a coincidence that can't be a coincidence. And in terms of other religions, I've never made the case that this is tied to Christianity. I tie it to God's existence. And so if another religion is reaching out to God, and he could respond to them as well. So anyway, I do think it's compelling.
I was wondering, I wanted to ask you that at some point, because that's an interesting perspective that I would not have guessed for you, that would explain the other intercessory prayer successes that people report. From Fiona Aniston for $5, I was raised young Earth creationism. It's been 20 years of learning what I didn't consider possible. Erica has been a delightful help in that, as well as others. It's my pleasure. I just like talking about this stuff. Thank you for your donation. From Reactor Rams for $4.99. I just got off work, so I missed everything. But bless you, Erica, for the work you do in education. You provide on your channel for free. Great work. It's, again, you thank me, but I do this because I love it. If somebody came to you and was like, would you be willing to once a month for, a year, talk to somebody about your hyperfixation for 4 hours at a time? You'd probably say yes to. From Templar Warden for $5 New Zealand dollars for both. What's your favorite part of today's lesson? Will already answered, I think.
I can give another answer. Something I'm super intrigued about is the connecting of the tree rings, the barcode example. That's not something I've ever seen before. And I just want to look at it and make sure that, they're ruling out similar sections, and they figured out, these actually do match. But that's, again, very compelling argument.
My favorite was, again, the citation should be in the PowerPoint, but if you want more, actually, John is really into that example, so ask him about that.
Okay.
Too. I'm just hunting you. I'm like, shush, go. Mine was soft tissue. I had a ton of fun researching the soft tissue stuff. And the last time I really looked into soft tissue was actually looked into it was maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And even just in those 2 or 3 years, since then, the papers that have come out and the stuff that they're finding and the mechanisms that they're proposing for their preservation, but also just what we have, I have got my fingers so crossed for DNA. I would love that. I would love that, love that, love that. I do not think we're going to get any kind of readable DNA, but if that happened, I would be to the moon. I would be so happy.
I'll give a little teaser here. I have a friend who's a young Earth creationist who has been published in the secular journals on this topic. I need to get his permission before I reveal who he is, if he'll give me permission. But he's done work on this that you're probably not familiar with. I'm not even familiar with it yet, but according to him, it's pretty interesting. So we'll see what comes of that.
I would love to see that. That'd be my dream.
Okay.
From Jags Gatan for $1. Thank you for making me say that name. From Gil Game Sheehan's is the person who was asking about research methods in AI earlier.
Yep.
For 1090, they say you mentioned Grok earlier, so they're confused.
I didn't mention Grok in the context of any scientific academic papers. I mentioned Grok in terms of everyone's asking me to quote my sources, so I'm going to give you guys my sources wherever they come from. And that particular one was I was researching chromosomal abnormalities and whether or not any of them were neutral or beneficial. And I couldn't find any. So I went to Grok just to make sure I wasn't missing anything. And the conclusion Grok gave me was that no, they're always have negative consequences.
From Whispered Days for $5. We've talked about this a little bit, but we read them all, even for some repeats. And also, thank you for your donation. Hey, Will, glad to see you've continued the series. Keep it up. My question, Will, do you believe that you can retain your faith without young Earth creationism?
Yes. So the answer is a resounding yes. I'm going to give an example that might not land for people, but it's way harder than this. Okay. There is a theology called Calvinism that I despise more than anything. I just despise it. I think it's borderline evil. And I've had to deal with myself in can I keep faith in God if Calvinism is true? And the conclusion I always come to is yes, because I believe strongly that God exists. Just because I don't like something or understand something is not a reason for me to reject a creator, an all-powerful creator. So absolutely, I can retain my faith without young Earth creationism, no problem. The Calvinism one would be way harder, and I could still retain my faith with that as well.
That is like the most passionate I think I've seen you, is just a burning hatred for Calvinism.
Yes.
From Gentleman Viking for $5, Will, this is an interesting question. If we found fossilized life on other planets, how would that fit into your understanding?
It wouldn't fit into my understanding. It wouldn't necessarily be a major curveball for me, but as it stands, I do believe that the Earth is special. I'm not going to say it's the center of the universe, but yeah, I do think that God put life on Earth and nowhere else. So that would, again, be a curveball for sure.
I'm interested to see, hopefully, I'm sure you saw this, but they've reported on some really interesting biosignatures last year from Mars. Like they call them leopard spot formations. And it's one of those things where this is actually a really great example of science, in my opinion, working like it should. Because it would be really easy to say, okay, when these leopard spot formations show up on Earth, they only form through biological activity. And so the fact that we have them from Mars, they're old, like they're not recent, means that there used to be life on Mars. But instead what they did is they were like, okay, we tried everything else to make these leopard spots, and we couldn't make them by any other means. They might be biological. And that's how this kind of stuff should be handled. Is like, okay, we try to preclude it with every other possible means, and if it still stands, then it's got pretty good support. But it's not like we've tested it. These are from pictures. Like, it's an interesting patterns. We'll see what happens. Okay, this is a little sassy, but I'm interested in it. It's just sassy in delivery. From Yonderstone for $5, Will, were you at all persuaded when you were shown that the Earth's limestone layers are physically impossible under a young Earth model? Did the needle move?
Yeah, so I got to think about the limestone one a lot more. I really do. I didn't know enough to bring it up tonight. Erica, thank you for bringing it up, because I did bring it up with PhD Tony, but I will be looking into the nautiloids again. I'm actually going to try to reach out to Stephen Austin as well. I don't know him. He doesn't know me, but I'll see if I can connect with him on that. But yeah, I'm going to look into the limestone one for sure. It's interesting because, again, when we know how these things are created, we have to explain how they get there.
Yeah, that's true. I'm a big fan of laboratory experiments too. So like I love if you can show that it can happen here, then we know it's at least like possible, but then we need to be able to tell the difference. I'd love to hear Austin's perspective on some of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
From Potato Splash for $4.99, Guts a Given. This was fire. We can all remember a class that brought a massive perspective to the table. This is going to be one for many people. I would hope that. I don't think the way that I designed this is I wanted it to be like okay, I'm trying to make the case for an old Earth. How would I do it? Like to somebody who's like ultimately skeptical, how would I try to build it? So I hope people get some use out of it. We have from, oh my goodness. Holy. Okay. For $399.99 from Charlie Stanley 6303, no question. Just thanks so much for filling in my missing education. My private evangelical school skipped over the evolution chapter in the textbook. You can put this to charity or buy a new skull model or whatever. It will be going to charity. All the super chats go to charity. Thank you so much for your donation. That is extremely appreciated. And as always, it is my pleasure. If you think up a question to ask, email me. If you're going to donate that's probably the most money I've ever seen in a single super chat on this channel. So thank you so much. Ask a question if you want. I would love to answer it for you. I'll answer it in detail too. Thank you. From Will talking for $4.99. That's still crazy. Love both of you all. I was in Will's shoes once. What changed my mind was when I understood the nested hierarchy.
We're getting to that, right?
Yeah, we will be discussing that. That's actually on the agenda for next time.
Okay, great.
Okay, we have sorry Python++ for 4.99 pounds. Super chat on iOS is super buggy. It duplicates text as you're writing because I was coming after your typing. Mea culpa. Sorry, didn't mean to come after you that bad. Thank you for your super chat for correcting the record. Yeah, this is interesting. I'm curious about this too because you said this earlier. This is from Ray Cosby for $5. Will, what was the most obvious mistake in the Bible scientifically? You said that the Bible makes mistakes. I thought that was interesting from an inerrancy perspective.
Okay, so yeah, what I meant by that is that there's clearly copy errors, right? So if we look at how, like it to me, I'm using this term very loosely. I'm not using this like we were talking about before with scientifically documented miracles. It's a miracle the Bible survived. Okay, it's a miracle. Like I can't imagine how hard it would have been for these men to write down the amount of text that they wrote down. Like incredibly difficult to do on papyrus. Like, I mean, it's insane. And then that's just one copy. Like that would take us, months, if not years to write one copy. And then they've got to give it to people who copy and copy and copy. So the Bible clearly contains mistakes today, which we can see. And it's obvious. We can't necessarily figure out exactly how it happened or when it happened. But I wasn't talking about a scientific mistake. A lot of people like to point to the fact that that Genesis says that the sun and the moon are lights and that the moon is not a light. I personally think that that's a weak argument against the Bible. Just because the moon is reflected light doesn't mean it's inappropriate to call it a light. And I would say that while the ancients were worshiping the sun as a god, the Bible did get it right that it was a light. So
we have from Catherine Defy for $10. I will question about those ancient authors of scripture. How can we know if God allowed sin to mislead or if scriptures are pure truth given the sin nature? Good seeing you.
Yeah, good seeing you, even though I don't think I know who you are. I don't, yeah, someone else is asking about original sin. I don't hold to original sin. The Bible obviously is, there's a lot of things written down and we don't understand how or to what extent God influenced the authors. We just don't. But I will tell you what is convicting to me is specifically the sections of the Bible where there could not have been an eyewitness. So it's like, where's this information coming from? Like, right, like the creation account before there's even man and woman. Like, where does that come from? And so that to me shows me that, you know, God was involved, but the, you know, a lot of the stuff in the New Testament is just seems to be an historical record of what happened. And again, God doesn't necessarily need to be involved in that, but yeah, in my opinion, we shouldn't look at the Bible differently from other historical texts. And I think everybody does that. They will take a text from someone else, like Pliny the Elder, and they'll say, okay, this definitely happened. Or they'll take a text from Josephus who says this happened. Oh, it definitely happened. Great. We figured it out. We know because we have this record. And it's like, okay, cool. When you get to the Bible, it's like, oh, well, no, that can't be true. And that can't be true. And we can't trust this and can't trust that. I'm just asking for not to have a double standard here.
Another question for Will from Is Your Guide 2934 for $5 Australian. I'm pretty sure this is for Will. Good day, Will. What was your double-blind experiment idea you had mentioned at the beginning of the stream?
Yeah, I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about this. I might have even come up with this on the fly when I was speaking with PhD Tony, but what I'm curious about is if we take rock from the same location, give it to two labs, are we going to get the same results? That's the double-blind experiment idea that I had. And that again, I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist here. I would assume we would. I'm just saying, I'm believe it or not, I'm actually giving you guys things that will help young Earth creationists because I know how we think, because I am one, and so something like that would be powerful.
No, I mean that's why I want your opinion on this. Like, you know, I want to hear where you're coming from. Check that slide when you if you re-go over the slides, and I'm going to send you the newest version. Go to the one about dating dinosaur tectites and areas from around when the dinosaur mass extinction happened. I talked about how my dog was going crazy at the time, so I don't think I mentioned it, but there's a line in there that talks about how the samples were sent to, in some cases, 2, and I think in some cases 3 different labs who didn't know that it was being tested elsewhere. And so they have like the same, I think, just double check me later because I know we got to get through these, but if memory serves, it's multiple labs, and I think that should at least assuage and it's not really a conspiracy. You're just being sure that like these methods being applied by different people without foreknowledge come to the same conclusions, because there can be differences. Like, what if the preparation is different? You got to rule that kind of stuff out. From I'm too random GHGH for 10 Canadian dollars. Love seeing the questions and challenges. Having an expert on hand to answer them is part of why teaching is so much more powerful than independent reading on its own. Not an expert on geology, but an expert enough. But thank you for those kind words. I get, maybe you're talking about John Baker in the chat. Maybe John is in the chat, and that's what this is about. From Whispering Days for $5 to the chat. I second what Veritas said. Stop assuming he's dishonest just because he's a creationist. Wrong does not equal lying. I have emphasized this myself, and I will do so again. Like, how many creationists have you met who are willing to do what Will is doing right now? I really, the bad faith stuff is making me mad. You feel free to respond to this if you'd like. You don't have to, though.
I'll just say this. The liar accusation, I'm speaking in general now, okay? The liar accusation is not a good one. Because what it immediately tells people on the outside is that you don't, necessarily have a response for what they're saying. I'm actually somebody that's actually looked into the metaphysics of lying. I've spent dozens of hours looking into that, trying to understand exactly what a lie is, which again, that might not intrigue people, but if you're philosophically minded, it's actually important. Most people can't even define what a lie is, but the reality is that a lie has intent, right? If somebody gets something wrong, that doesn't mean they're lying, right? Kids have to learn this, because growing up, when their parents tell them something that ends up being wrong, they're like, oh, you lied to me. And it's like, no, I didn't. I thought it was true. I was wrong. And so as adults, we shouldn't throw that out unless we're confident that we have a good reason that they actually had an intent to state something that's false or untrue.
We have from Alejandro Vallejo, 4330 for 100 MX currencies. The problem with carbon dating very old stuff is that there's too little carbon left and background radiation is much stronger. It's like trying to distinguish waves made by a pin in a stormy ocean. That I kind of talked, I used a different analogy, but that's my understanding as well. But again,
it would be so cool. I'd be so excited. And again, I'll talk to John about this, is if we have the ability to show almost no carbon. That's what excite me, right? Yeah. This is not a good argument. Okay, I know that. And it's the only one that's coming to me right off the bat. But when people tell me, Will, we can't carbon date stuff that's old, what I hear is, Will, we're not going to carbon date stuff because we believe it's old, right? That's what I hear, and I don't want that. I want to do the test. If the final experiment showed you guys anything, it's I want to do the test. I don't want to have assumptions. And just imagine if I came to you and said, we don't need to do any testing because I know it's young, and how you'd feel. Like, I want to do the test.
I don't know exactly how it would work. Bring that up to somebody who does radiometric stuff. I just know I would, because my bet would be, I have expectations of what I think you would find, because typically when there's so little in there, it gives you an old age, because it's detecting the smallest amount possible. That's why I gave you the example with the 1% rounding up thing, because that's how I understand, that's how I conceptualize it. But again, I don't know the details, so you'll have to ask somebody who actually does carbon dating about that.
Okay.
We got from Felicity D. Shroom for $4.99. I told my friends I stayed up late on a school night to watch a scientist live, and they said I was a nerd. I have awful news. I think you might be.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, okay. This is John. John, Age of Rocks for €5. If you design a double-blind test, I could make it happen. I dated a sample live on YouTube, age estimation by correlation to Greenland, and got it within 20 years. Work with John. Make it happen. Let's do it. Final experiment part 2, but less sexy.
Fellow Coloradan here.
Yeah. From, let's see. Okay. From M Meteor for 4003 for $5. Well, how does the evidence so far stack up to your expectations going into all of this? Are the different concepts fitting together neatly for you? That's a great question.
So the evidence so far is stronger than I anticipated, for sure. And again, I've heard a lot of things. It doesn't mean I understand them. I definitely don't understand them, but I've heard about a lot of things. But I am hearing more evidence that I've not heard of than evidence that I've heard of. And so when that happens, then that's pretty significant to me. Are the concepts fitting together? Yes. Are they fitting together neatly? Not necessarily, but they are fitting together, and I'll see if that improves as we move forward.
Fingers crossed. And I thank you for your honesty. It would be really easy to sit there and say, yeah, this all makes perfect sense. But it's like, I appreciate it when you find these places where I could have explained it better, because I want to improve too, and if I could have fleshed something out more, I'd like to rectify that. So I appreciate that as well. We have, I don't know the answer to this, from Alberto Flores, T1Z2S for $19.99. Will, is original sin anchored to the claim that there was a first and only pair of male and female humans, or Homo sapiens?
I think the answer is definitely yes. I don't hold to original sin. I think it's a very dangerous idea. So I have pretty strong feelings against it as well. But I think it's definitely anchored to a first and only pair of male and female Homo sapiens. Obviously, that's my position, not original sin, but that there was an actual Adam and Eve. But that sin came from Adam and Eve, yes.
We have from, let's see, from Blackmore 278 for $5. The graphical abstract for this paper is wild constraints on chromosomal evolution revealed by 229 chromosome pairs of the Atlas blue butterfly. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, I can't even imagine how they would try to represent 229 chromosome pairs. That's news to me too. Like, that's a lot of chromosomes. We have, okay, Prixie Purple wants to let you know that Grok is wrong. They asked, or no, many cases of 3+ X chromosomes.
Okay, I didn't say 3+. I didn't say there wasn't 3+. So I'm not sure. I said I'm not aware of a condition in humans where they have 48. So that would be 2, but I didn't say anything about 3+. So I'm not sure what, maybe we just missed each other.
Maybe the sex chromosomes too can throw a wrench into things. I'm not sure. From Alejandro Vallejo for 4330, again for 50 MX currencies, more rigorous controlled studies show no results or even negative results with intercessory prayer. That's a big problem, preponderance of evidence.
Okay, here's why it's not a big problem, is that no one's claiming that if you pray, you're guaranteed a result. God has a will, and I deduce from that he has a reason for when he intervenes and when he doesn't. I can tell you historically, this is going through the biblical record and also the record that we have from humans, the written record, is that miracles are definitely rare. I think there's a very good reason for that, which we can talk about sometime if you want. But yeah, it's going to be difficult to do a controlled study when there's no guarantee and you can't force God to act.
We have, and this one's from me, from IA figure ROA 91 for $2. Does Australopithecus afarensis remain our direct ancestor? It depends on who you ask. I am very uncomfortable with proposing any direct ancestors in the hominin line going past what we can pretty reasonably show genetically, just because there's a lot of candidates and there's a lot of fossils. I think afarensis is the best candidate within the Australopiths, but I wouldn't say direct. I would not go that far. For me, no, 9.99. Resexual selection doesn't. Wow, he has a very expensive trait. I want him to father my offspring. Imply a level of cognitive reasoning and understanding not present in most of the animal kingdom. I don't think so. There are a lot of like instinctual gut reactions that even we as humans exhibit that you don't really have to teach somebody. You just kind of know. Like certain smells of like dead bodies and things elicit responses in us as because you don't want to be near dead bodies that can get you sick. That's a pretty strong selective pressure to not find that good or appetizing. In the case of most animals, it's less, oh, he's handsome, I want him to have my offspring, and more, he looks healthy, and I am going to mate with a healthy individual because it's a massive investment to like have kids. They're not going through that literally. It's more like healthy, let's mate, right? Or in the cases of some animals like bowerbirds, beautiful structure, that's impressive to me, let's mate. Or even sometimes in the cases of like deer, what male deer will do with their big antlers is that they'll exclude other males. And so in that case, the female is saying, wow, look at that great weaponry on this guy. It's more like he's the only male around, and so I guess I'll mate with him, right? And then that's sort of like a secondhand exhibition of female choice. But we're going to have to talk about that more because I need to make a lot of that clearer, I think. Let's see. From Nadia Raven for $5. Erica, if you did carbon date on something too old for the method, would you only be able to say it was at least 60,000 years old? I don't think you could say anything at all, because if you're carbon dating something that's too old, I should say, you would have to exclude many opportunities for that carbon to sort of not contaminate isn't necessarily the right word, but sort of replenish the carbon in that actual fossil sample. You're going to get, my understanding is that most stuff that you try to carbon date that's too old, it gets you really close to the limit. And so in those cases, you could say this is probably older than 60,000 years, but it's not really worth doing that when you could just use a method that doesn't have those assumptions and could get you a better age. That's my understanding of it. We have from Jazz Gatan for $5. Has Will read any articles by Carol Hill on the flood? I sent one to you, Erica, by the way. Jayton. Sorry, Don. Jazz Gatan. Got it.
I have not. I haven't read any articles by Carol Hill. I've not heard of Carol Hill.
I also haven't read the article, but I will. Thank you for sending it to me. From Lakester37 for $5, just being pedantic. Being double blind means both doctor and patient are blinded. In this case, you don't need to blind the fossil, only the researchers.
When I originally said it, I wanted to blind the researchers and the labs.
That would
that's why I used the term.
Yeah. I think they're just joking about they're just making a joke about the fossil.
Yeah.
But.
Okay.
All right, last one. Unless people start chatting in, which sometimes they do. From the Aspen 2009 for $10 Canadian, Will, can you make a list of criteria for distinguishing created mature versus actually happening? Sort of like your design versus natural.
Probably not, but it's a really good question. The problem is that let me give an example, right? I've actually used this dozens of times with people because I just don't know the answer. But imagine God creates a tree. He just creates a tree and then he leaves. and I saw him create the tree. He showed me. He's like, hey, Will, I'm making this up. I don't want to be taken out of context here. I'm completely making this up. But he's like, hey, Will, I'm going to create a tree for you right now. He just creates a tree, fully formed tree. Then he leaves. He's gone. And then someone walks up to me and they're like, hey, Will, how's it going? I was like, good. I was like, you're not going to believe this, but God just made this tree. I don't know how I could convince them of that. They'd say that's impossible. Trees take a lot longer to grow. So the created mature is difficult because there's still change, right? So yeah, I'd have to think about it. It's an interesting idea for sure. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that, but I'll think about it.
I'm fascinated with where your perspective goes on that. Because I mean, like I said, if you come back next time and you're like, you know, some of this was compelling, these parts were compelling enough to make me say that this looks old. Like if any of what I said is like, okay, that looks old. Like I don't have an alternative explanation. But you hold that it could be created that way. I have no counter for that. And I'm not going to try to counter it. You know, I mean, I can give you philosophical reasons why I don't think it works. But at the end of the day, like if that's on the table for you, as reasonable here, I can't do any in the same way of you to your friend. Like there's nothing I can say. There's no experiment I can do. It becomes a theological or a philosophical conversation. But I do think consider very deeply if you get the chance, like if for testing this idea, you know, how do we deal with this 550 million years full of dead stuff? You know, like that's the stuff that becomes problematic, I think, as far as created mature goes. Like I think you could feasibly get away with, okay, it's Garden of Eden, stuff is created mature, therefore a lot of stuff was created with the illusion of age. Like I think you could do that. But then it's like there's a whole section of history that is full of fossils and things like that in between that, and it's like 550 million years worth, that it's like, okay, so how do those processes can't be created that way unless the fossils are already in them. So either it actually took that long or they happened faster than we thought. And that's where you'll notice there was a lot of focus in my PowerPoint of like, okay, could it have happened faster? Because that's usually what I get from young earth creationists is they say, okay, but actually limestone can form fast in a lab. And then I say, okay, but does it have microorganisms that we see like in Dover? No, it doesn't have that, but it could still form fast. Okay. Or you know, accelerate the nuclear decay, or, you know, I don't know, you can get Varve-like formations if you do this certain experiment. It's like, okay, well, does it have the detritus in it? And things of that nature. So it's more like they're mostly with you on that up to, you know, 4.5 billion to 500 million years ago. But then there's that problematic chunk that I think you got to keep in mind. But with that is the last super chat that I have. Wait. Nope, 2 more came in. Sorry. Okay. From a senior for $4.99, resexual selection being expensive, some emus have been shown to be sexually attracted to lamps and humans. Racina, that is horrifying. And from Alejandro Vallejo 4330 for 50 MX currencies, that's fine, but it's disingenuous to try to use scientific literature to support your claim if contradictory results won't change your mind. They're
Okay,
cut.
so
Finishing with
I'm
that.
not.
So put the cap
Yeah,
on.
this will be a good way to end. I'm not trying to use scientific literature to support my claim. Let's make that clear. I'm using that for your benefit. So this is my experience, so it's anecdotal, but in my experience, people that are in the science world, whether they say it or not, they come across as science is kind of the really only, foundation for finding truth. And if something's not peer reviewed, it's not worth anything. If it's not published, it's not worth anything. So I presented miracles that have been peer reviewed, that are in scientific journals, because that's what you guys like. For me, if a medical doctor, and this is a true story, by the way, which I haven't mentioned to even Erica, but to me, if a medical doctor gives a testimony that he was in the room when they were trying to revive a patient, the patient died, they shocked him, I think, 28 times. And at that point, even if they somehow were able to revive him, he's going to have brain damage. And so the patient is dead and he's flatlined. They call it, everybody leaves. And someone comes in later and is preparing the body, okay, for the morgue. This doctor is at his desk and he hears God tell him to go shock him one more time. And so he goes back into the room. Again, the body's being prepared by the person that prepares the dead bodies. And he's like, I have to shock this person one more time. And they're like, that doesn't make any sense. And he's like, I'm sorry, I heard a voice. I have to do this. Shocked him, revived him, and he is perfectly healthy today and has done an interview, which I can share with everybody. So for me, that's not peer reviewed. It's not in any type of journals. The testimony from an expert in their field of something that never happens and did happen, that to me is enough. So I'll leave it at that.
I think we've got a lot to mull over. I'd love to see that video. Put it in the chat.
Okay.
Folks, that's it. That's all I got for you today. That's all Will's got for you today. Thank you, Will, so much for being here. As usual, this, I've said it a million times, but this is very fun for me. I look forward to next time. The plan for next time is we're going to do nested hierarchies via transitional lineages. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the genetic support for the relatedness of these guys, and then we're going to look at their fossils in the fossil record, see how they map, see where they map, and see if we can do some support here. I will say I will probably steer clear from hominins since we're going to spend a lot on hominins later. So we'll probably do whales and tetrapods and all sorts of stuff like that. So thank you so much for being here, and we'll see you real soon next time. We don't have a date yet, but keep an eye out because it'll happen. So thanks, folks, for being here for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Take care of yourselves. Ending the stream. Wait, no, I'm not. Hold on. Now I am.